Year 2021. A crew aboard the Rogii Solo 18 just received a distress call.
Please, we need your help. Our growth and development depend on it.
Uncertain of the planet's condition, the crew launched their rig site Solobox data aggregators to gather information deep below the planet's surface. Fully equipped with complete remote accessibility, the aggregators can be configured prior to or upon deployment. Once on the ground, the universal solo boxes connect to the inhabitants' local rig and downhole tool sensors to collect data, automatically aggregating and filtering the information into a single database, and seamlessly transmitting the data through an ultra-fast stream channel to the crew safely and remotely. The crew uses their customized real-time drilling monitoring and geosteering tools to understand the wellbore position, analyze reservoir properties, and ensure optimal drilling parameters are met. Well placement and drilling are synchronized and integrated on the same online dashboard panel. Potential threats have been detected. The well is out of zone, immediately alerting the crew to initiate protocols. Working together, the crew quickly responded by analyzing the drilling and rock parameters to place the well back in zone and rescue the development unscathed. Increasing the economic success of the inhabitants on Permian, obstacles were promptly handled, cross-discipline KPIs were intrinsically met, and the mission was an overall success. The team has now aggregated more data regarding the planet's condition, which will be added to universal machine learning systems and applied to future missions. Job well done.
Next stop, Rogii.
This year, hundreds of geologists will test their skills in the second running of Rogii's Geosteering World Cup. Meanwhile, their hard work is keeping the world running. GeoVision, America's leading geosteering service company, is a proud sponsor of geologists.
Year 2021. A crew aboard the Rogii Solo 18 just received a distress call.
Please, we need your help. Our growth and development depend on it.
Uncertain of the planet's condition, the crew launched their rig site Solobox data aggregators to gather information deep below the planet's surface. Fully equipped with complete remote accessibility, the aggregators can be configured prior to or upon deployment. Once on the ground, the universal solo boxes connect to the inhabitants' local rig and downhole tool sensors to collect data, automatically aggregating and filtering the information into a single database, and seamlessly transmitting the data through an ultra-fast stream channel to the crew safely and remotely. The crew uses their customized real-time drilling monitoring and geosteering tools to understand the wellbore position, analyze reservoir properties, and ensure optimal drilling parameters are met. Well placement and drilling are synchronized and integrated on the same online dashboard panel. Potential threats have been detected. The well is out of zone, immediately alerting the crew to initiate protocols. Working together, the crew quickly responded by analyzing the drilling and rock parameters to place the well back in zone and rescue the development unscathed. Increasing the economic success of the inhabitants on Permian, obstacles were promptly handled, cross-discipline KPIs were intrinsically met, and the mission was an overall success. The team has now aggregated more data regarding the planet's condition, which will be added to universal machine learning systems and applied to future missions. Job well done.
Next stop, Rogii.
This year, hundreds of geologists will test their skills in the second running of Rogii's Geosteering World Cup. Meanwhile, their hard work is keeping the world running. GeoVision, America's leading geosteering service company, and a proud sponsor of geologists.
Year 2021. A crew aboard the Rogii Solo 18 just received a distress call.
Please, we need your help. Our growth and development depend on it.
Uncertain of the planet's condition, the crew launched their rig site Solobox data aggregators to gather information deep below the planet's surface. Fully equipped with complete remote accessibility, the aggregators can be configured prior to or upon deployment. Once on the ground, the universal solo boxes connect to the inhabitants' local rig and downhole tool sensors to collect data, automatically aggregating and filtering the information into a single database, and seamlessly transmitting the data through an ultra-fast stream channel to the crew safely and remotely. The crew uses their customized real-time drilling monitoring and geosteering tools to understand the wellbore position, analyze reservoir properties, and ensure optimal drilling parameters are met. Well placement and drilling are synchronized and integrated on the same online dashboard panel. Potential threats have been detected. The well is out of zone, immediately alerting the crew to initiate protocols. Working together, the crew quickly responded by analyzing the drilling and rock parameters to place the well back in zone and rescue the development unscathed. Increasing the economic success of the inhabitants on Permian, obstacles were promptly handled, cross-discipline KPIs were intrinsically met, and the mission was an overall success. The team has now aggregated more data regarding the planet's condition, which will be added to universal machine learning systems and applied to future missions. Job well done.
Next stop, Rogii.
This year, hundreds of geologists will test their skills in the second running of Rogii's Geosteering World Cup. Meanwhile, their hard work is keeping the world running. GeoVision, America's leading geosteering service company, is a proud sponsor of geologists.
stop, Rogii check. Next stop, Rogii check.
Year 2021. A crew aboard the Rogii Solo 18 just received a distress call.
Please, we need your help. Our growth and development depend on it.
Uncertain of the planet's condition, the crew launched their rig site Solobox data aggregators to gather information deep below the planet's surface. Fully equipped with complete remote accessibility, the aggregators can be configured prior to or upon deployment. Once on the ground, the universal Soloboxes connect to the inhabitants' local rig and downhole tool sensors to collect data, automatically aggregating and filtering the information into a single database, and seamlessly transmitting the data through an ultra-fast stream channel to the crew safely and remotely. The crew uses their customized real-time drilling monitoring and geosteering tools to understand the wellbore position, analyze reservoir properties, and ensure optimal drilling parameters are met. Well placement and drilling are synchronized and integrated on the same online dashboard panel. Potential threats have been detected. The well is out of zone, immediately alerting the crew to initiate protocols. Working together, the crew quickly responded by analyzing the drilling and rock parameters to place the well back in zone and rescue the development unscathed. Increasing the economic success of the inhabitants on Permian, obstacles were promptly handled, cross-discipline KPIs were intrinsically met, and the mission was an overall success. The team has now aggregated more data regarding the planet's condition, which will be added to universal machine learning systems and applied to future missions. Job well done. Year 2021. A crew aboard the Rogii Solo 18 just received a distress call.
Please, we need your help. Our growth and development depend on it.
Uncertain of the planet's condition, the crew launched their rig site Solobox data aggregators to gather information deep below the planet's surface. Fully equipped with complete remote accessibility, the aggregators can be configured prior to or upon deployment. Once on the ground, the universal Soloboxes connect to the inhabitants' local rig and downhole tool sensors to collect data, automatically aggregating and filtering the information into a single database, and seamlessly transmitting the data through an ultra-fast stream channel to the crew safely and remotely. The crew uses their customized real-time drilling monitoring and geosteering tools to understand the wellbore position, analyze reservoir properties, and ensure optimal drilling parameters are met. Well placement and drilling are synchronized and integrated on the same online dashboard panel. Potential threats have been detected. The well is out of zone, immediately alerting the crew to initiate protocols. Working together, the crew quickly responded by analyzing the drilling and rock parameters to place the well back in zone and rescue the development unscathed. Increasing the economic success of the inhabitants on Permian, obstacles were promptly handled, cross-discipline KPIs were intrinsically met, and the mission was an overall success. The team has now aggregated more data regarding the planet's condition, which will be added to universal machine learning systems and applied to future missions. Job well done.
Everybody, and I hope you are ready for the inaugural round of the 2020.
Stop. Rogii check.
This year, hundreds of geologists will test their skills in the second running of Rogii's Geosteering World Cup. Meanwhile, their hard work is keeping the world running. GeoVision, America's leading geosteering service company, is a proud sponsor of geologists.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 Geosteering World Cup. I'm here with my co-host, Drew Thomas. Drew, how you doing?
Hey, Dylan, glad to be back for another year, man. I'm glad we could do this. I'm super excited for all the action today.
Yeah, it's fall. The leaves are starting to change. SEC football's back. We got playoff races, NFL, and most importantly, we got the
Geosteering World Cup, man. You know, I'm super excited about this. SEC football, I mean, I got to point out right there, Mizzou Tigers. I know you're a big Gator guy, so we may have to chat about that a little later on, but I'm really excited about the Geosteering World Cup today. So let's hear a little bit about it. What do we got going on?
Well, just a little thing on the SEC. It looks like the SEC's taking over college football, much like Star Steer's taking over the world as far as geosteering.
Absolutely.
So this year, the competition itself, we have over 330 registrants, 330 competitors that are going to be trying their hand at it. We also have added a whole bunch of new twists that are going to make the competition even more realistic. We've added new trophies and we've added some new sponsors. Speaking of sponsors, let's go ahead and bring the folks from Stratigraph on. Hey, Will, how you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Morning, guys.
So, William, first off, thanks a lot for being one of our gold sponsors and joining us here this morning.
Of course.
Now, per my memory, it's a little bit blurry from some of these different events that we've had, but this is the 60th year, 60th anniversary of the formation of Stratigraph. Is that correct?
That's right. This is our 60th year. We were formed in July of 1961.
Wow, that's amazing. Can you, William, can you tell us a little bit about the history of your company, kind of where you guys started and how you got to where you are today?
Of course. Well, my father started Stratigraph in 1961 in South Louisiana in Lafayette, and our core business was mud logging, and we worked that area and then moved into the offshore arena where we were primarily an offshore company until the focus of the industry moved towards onshore, and we've branched out, and we've been operating in the Midland area in the Permian Basin for the last 7 years, and South Texas, and all throughout every active basin.
And
Interesting.
So
That's awesome.
In the last 61 years, probably 61 years ago, geosteering wasn't really at the tip of everybody's tongue.
No, No, not yet. But we basically have tried to evolve and develop with the times, and become a complete geological services company, where we're offering geosteering. We've been involved with geosteering for about 7 years, but we used to outsource it, but now we've decided to bring it in-house to give our clients more seamless experience and more options and control, offering things like nights and weekends and remote or on-site geosteering, and kind of tie into the rest of our services, mud logging, obviously, and our cuttings analysis and XRF work.
And my guess is that, William, you are prepped and ready to single-handedly go into this geosteering competition and emerge with the cup held high in victory. Am I right?
No, I will not be competing this year, but we're turning that over to our Danielle. Danielle is going to be our champion today, so
I'm excited for it.
Well, so Danielle, you've been, obviously both me and Drew know you. You've been steering wells for quite a while now. How long have you been doing this?
So since 2014, started with Apache steering and continued to stratigraph. So pretty excited about the transition.
About how many wells would that be at this point?
About 200 in various basins. Even within my group, we have about five different basins we've steered in. And so we're a pretty well-rounded group right now in the steering experience.
That's awesome, Danielle. I know my experience when you and I worked together at Apache. You were working with some of the EPT guys, doing some really awesome stuff with XRD and XRF, and working on a lot of core. Is that something that at Stratigraph you guys are working to employ through your lab? Is it all cuttings based? Just talk a little bit about kind of your guys' services that you offer there, I guess.
Right. I think that's more of a Williams question.
Okay. That's fine.
Well, that's right. Thank you, Danielle and Drew. To answer your question, we offer field XRF services with the Root Crew Tracer, and we also our lab that in Houston, Texas, which people might be familiar with, Core Spec Alliance, and they will do core work and any kind of cuttings work, any sort of high-end analysis you want done, all this MICP, TOC, XRD, any of those services. And we can then aggregate all that data back in and give you a full picture of whatever you're looking for.
For sure. And,
Awesome.
and I know, like with all that information, you guys are familiar, obviously you star steer, you host your star steer on Solo Cloud, so you can bring all that information in. You guys make use of Solo Connect and the assisted geosteering tools. But I know that, Danielle, you've also been playing with StarSim, which is the background tool that the whole Geosteering World Cup runs on.
Right.
So with StarSim, how do you envision that as part of your workflow as you flesh out your team and train your team up?
I think it's one of the greatest training tools that we have right now for very green geosteers, because I know all of us, everyone in the geosteering community, has trained on old wells that have already been steered. It's basically re-steering, but with StarSim, you're in charge of the well. You get to make the decisions, and that's one of the biggest things that makes that or builds that experience is you're in charge of it without having to, or in charge of it, as well as you don't have to be completely solely responsible for a $1 million well. I think that with that, it gives everyone a little bit more confidence of you're still learning it, but it's not as much pressure as before.
I think that's a great point, Danielle, because 6-7 years ago, whenever you started steering or I started steering or Dylan, there was not really there was never a good trainer for geosteering. You were kind of learning on the fly, right? The way that we used to always do it was you shadowed, as a new guy, you would come in and shadow somebody that was steering well, and you're loading surveys along with them. But they're the ones making decisions, and that pressure's not really ever on you until you steer your first well, right? And so I think having this ability, we've always from the operator side now, always wanted to be able to find ways to get our operations geologists more experience, more training, know what it feels like to make those decisions kind of in real time. And it's never going to be like the real thing, but I think we're getting closer to that now with this trainer. And so I think that's a very good point that you just made.
And especially this year with the trainer, and we'll get into this a little bit here, but this best in class economics trophy, where we're really starting to bring in more and more realism as far as slower ROP when you're sliding, which is of course exactly what really happens, and then looking at the actual production depending on your wellbore's placement. So we're getting closer and closer to simulating the real thing. I mean, maybe eventually we'll, no. I think eventually we'll still be this will still be a lot easier than actually steering for real. So now, as you guys, at this point, you're available in a lot of different basins, and you have a lot of different products that you're bringing to the table. Now, William, how many people are on the geosteering team for you at this point?
Right now, we have 4 steers working and a manager. Basically, we're doing some on-site work and remote work, but it's all basically centered around either Permian Basin or South Texas.
Gotcha. And so basically whatever the operator needs is what you guys will provide?
That's right. That's right.
William, one question I've got kind of logistically on that, I've seen a lot of companies that will offer kind of a bundled mudlog geosteering service. Do you guys have your mudloggers as geosteers, or I guess other way around, geosteers as mudloggers, or do you keep those separate and have, multiple trailers on site and kind of separate out those two services?
Well, we've done it both ways. Typically, we prefer to keep the mudlogging and geosteering separate, but obviously working together. But we also have operators that request that the logger on site is also actually steering as well. But basically, we can offer any of that. We'll leave it up to the customer to tell us what their wishes are and carry them out.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely the way it always is. So with Danielle kind of carrying the torch for Stratigraph here in the Geosteering World Cup, as her self-appointed agent, I want to know what's Stratigraph going to do for her when she brings home that trophy for you?
Well, we're really excited, and we love our chances. And if this is Danielle's first competition, so if she were to win or when she wins the Rookie of the Year competition, we're going to send her on our geological ski trip that we do every year. And in 2022, it's in Whistler up in Canada. So we're definitely planning on that. And if we were to take home the overall trophy, we're prepared. We're going to give her a bonus of $5,000. No extra
pressure there at all.
Danielle, what was the percentage you worked out for your agent?
We'll see. I do need a snowboard caddy.
I'll carry it up to the top of the N64 half pipe.
Exactly.
I wonder if they still have an N64 half pipe. That's how old
I think so.
Half pipe. Well, cool. Well, guys, we appreciate you guys coming on. We appreciate you sponsoring us. Danielle, great luck here. I hope you do pull off that Rookie of the Year. And Mr. Hagan, I will see you. Are you going to be at some of these upcoming conferences?
That's right. We'll be at WTGS next week in Midland, and then AAPG in Denver.
And then what comes after that?
The AAPG in MidCon conference in Tulsa. We're looking forward to that too in October.
Cool. Well, I will be at all 3 of those as well. And so we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about it and maybe make some plans for next year.
Great. That sounds great.
William, Danielle, thank you guys very much. Danielle, good luck.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
Bye. So Drew, it's been a long year getting ready for this, and the Rogii team has put together an entire new group of kind of rules and regulations and tools. So you watched this last year. In fact, you had one of your employees last year competing in it, right?
Yeah. So last year, at my previous company, we had our operations geologist in it. He did okay. I think he's now potentially in it again this year. So I'm gonna have to give him a shout out if I find his number in there. Well, I'm definitely excited for him to be in it again. But I'm just really excited at the growth this thing has had. I mean, up to 330 participants all around the world. I mean, this thing's getting pretty big, and I think it's a feather in anybody's cap that could be able to say that they've won the Geosteering World Cup, and it's actually a World Cup. It's not just U.S. It's not just kind of the best at your company. You're going up against the best of the best all over the world, and so this is definitely there's some bragging rights on the line here. Outside of getting to hold a cool trophy and all that stuff, but to be able to put that on your resume is kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, everybody who's been in this industry, especially people who are more on the operations side, have known how it fluctuates, right? Like you can be in the softest little nest in the world, and a couple of weeks later, you're looking at something completely different. And so the ability to build your personal brand is huge, right? So the bringing home the World Cup, it's something that's yes, you're representing your organization, and yes, we are going to tell all the different organizations where they ranked. So all the service companies will know where their rank is relative, their team's rank is relative to all the other service companies. Same with the operators. We'll provide that information. But at the end of the day, it's the individual, right? It's the person steering it. In fact, people call me, like, it's very interesting to me because now as kind of one of like the lowest level celebrity in the geosteering space, people call me and they ask me, like, who are the best geosteer? What is the best geosteering companies? And what I always say is it always comes down to the individual. It's who's steering your well. And that's this, building their personal brand, the marketing, getting to put it on the resume, and of course, bragging rights.
Absolutely. Yep. There's nobody else that's going to be on that call at 2 a.m. with a drilling engineer that's got to figure out whether you're going up or down. There's a little bit of pressure there. We'll get into those conversations, or those, how that feels a little later on. But this is definitely geosteering is a very one-on-one deal most of the time, where, most of those big decisions, they always seem to happen at 2 a.m. for some reason. And so, being able to build your personal brand is huge here. And I think it's a very cool thing that Star Steer is set up to be able to have, people from all over the world be able to do this at the same time, and then come out with a winner for different regions. It's awesome, I think.
Yeah, where the only continent that still eludes us is Antarctica, and I take a personal affront to that, as that was my research area. But I don't know anybody who's left down there. So we've actually talked, me and another one of our sponsors here, Jackie, who of course about potentially hosting the World Cup from Palmer Station on the Antarctic Peninsula next year, or maybe McMurdo. They have the bowling alley there, so we can do it right there.
As long as they've got good enough Wi-Fi, I think we can make it happen.
Yep. So as everybody starts to get ready here, we'll be going over the rules and regs here in just a few minutes. But just a couple of things that I want to make sure that nobody makes this mistake, because this will completely hose your competition. So the first thing is, everything is set up for you. There's no need to type well reference. So if you do actually type well reference, you will actually mess up your interpretation going forward. So please do not type well reference. Also, don't go in and try to change any of your trajectory information or rename your well. If you do that, it will actually either kick you out of the program, or it'll make it so that you will no longer be eligible to win, because the names that we've set up for your well is what's going to be calculated in the statistics. Also, please do not delete your target line. That target line is specifically set up to be able to work with a geosteering simulator that's being utilized by the Geosteering World Cup. Finally, the last thing to be careful of, and we just learned this, is though the projection to bit component in StarSteer is an amazing component, please do not use it now. There is no projection to bit information that's being pushed. If you do turn that on, it will confuse the simulator. The simulator is not at this point set up to be able to work with the calculated projections to bit. So please just leave it like it is. Of course, you can extend your interpretations out, do things along those lines, change the colors, but please do not change anything else other than your, what it takes to win.
Other than your target line and what you're shooting for, right?
Yeah. And hopefully everybody had a chance to use the trainer. Everybody's familiar with editing the target line and moving it. One of the key things that you're going to find in this year's event is the variable ROP, depending on what you're doing. So hopefully everybody in here is familiar with the concept of sliding, right? So obviously when you're sliding, the key thing is you're no longer rotating. This is an RSS. We're using a conventional mud motor here in the Geosteering World Cup. And so if you slide during that period that you slide, you'll find that you're going to see a 55% reduction in your ROP. And that's actually, Drew, does that sound pretty comparable to reality?
Yeah, I mean, it's formation dependent, right? And depending on where you're at, if you're trying to really cut up section or down section. But yeah, obviously when you're sliding, the way that drilling engineers have explained it to me in the past is anytime we're sliding, we're slowing everything down, which is costing us money on day rate for rig, right? So everything always ties back to economics. Obviously, that's what we're trying to do here is drill the most economic wells, the fastest and the best, and put them in the best place. So obviously, sliding as least as possible is the best thing to shoot for, but you still got to steer the well, right? So you still got to get it going in the right direction.
Yep, 100%. And so obviously the fastest well that you'd be able to drill would be probably in zone with no slides. And so when you're doing this, anytime you're moving that target line tool, you're obviously going to, unless you put it right back directly at the inclination it already was, you're going to be initiating a little bit of a slide. However, what you'll see is, and this is really kind of cool about the way that StarSteer handles this, is in the real world, what we tend to get is you'll slide for, say, the first 10 feet or the last 10 feet of a stand. But the survey points you get is for the whole stand. So we use that DLS, which is always kind of a silly value because your kink is actually in the first 10 feet and everything else is just a rotation. In StarSteer, it doesn't do that. In StarSteer, you'll actually get multiple different survey points. And you'll have a survey point that is the beginning and the end of your slide. And then you'll get the rest of it that's rotation. So if you have that 10 feet that you're sliding, that's where you're going to see the reduction in ROP. Okay. And so this is a key thing. So there's two main things that we're going to be competing for today. So one is the overall Geosteering World Cup. And that's the big prize, right? That's what everybody's looking for. And that final score will be 75%. Are you in zone? Are you in the target zone in both your unconventional and your conventional well? And the other 25% will be your percentage of maximum ROP. So obviously, the more you're sliding, the less your ROP, right? So that will obviously reduce your score, but not as much as it will reduce your score to be out of zone. So number one, be in zone. Number two, let's not be micro steerers here.
Right.
As the directional drillers. So additional rules, we already talked about making sure you don't change anything. In the unconventional well, which we'll be doing first, the maximum dogleg severity during landing will be 9. So no matter, even if you try to move that target line tool and extends beyond 9, like the well will be limited. So if you try to draw a line in there that will be at like 12 or 13, it's still just going to give you 9s. That's the maximum yield you can get. Now, Drew, when you guys are, and I know you've worked for a few different operators now, but when you guys are drilling in the lateral, what kind of maximum dog legs do you tend to give?
Yeah, so you really don't want anything over kind of that 3 range-ish, maybe 3 to 4, somewhere in there. I mean, obviously you can do it, and it's been done, but it's kind of a risk factor. You want to limit that for a couple of different reasons. Not only are you're really working the tools pretty hard at that point, and you're starting to risk some other issues with the downhill tools, but also when you're trying to get casing to bottom, running casing through some of the higher dogleg sections in a lateral can be a little sketchy sometimes. And so you really want a smooth wellbore, right? That's kind of the philosophy that I've always used is you want to build the best wellbore possible so that the completions guys can get casing to bottom and can complete the best well. Now, in some cases, right, structure is going to dictate, faulting is going to dictate, all these things can dictate. You have to put some kinks in a wellbore. You're not going to get around that because geology is not perfect, right? But with knowing that and keeping that in mind, the number one goal is to get a well that is, the best possible placement, and the best possible design, so that I can hand this off to the completions engineer and they can complete the best possible well, right? And so there's always some give and take there, but it's really because geology is not a perfect science. There's not a perfect answer there all the time, but you just really have to try to do the best that you can to be able to hand it off to the next person to make their job the easiest, right?
Yep. So it's like operations is a series of sacrifices. Like we can never get everything.
Right.
So we do our best to avoid the hazards and drill the best and cheapest well we can. And it's all about economics. So for this, the maximum dog leg that you'll have in the vertical or in the curve will be 9s, and then the maximum dog leg you'll be allowed in the lateral will be a 5. So that gives you a lot of ability to maybe aggressively try to get back into zone if you need to. If we could, Melina, could you go ahead and bring my screen share on? Thank you. Okay, so this is everybody should be looking at something like this. As you can see, I've turned on my extended horizons and tied them to my grid here. But this is the Duvernay well, and we'll be talking a little bit about the Duvernay. But this is also where we're going to be competing for that best in class, best economic well. And so the key things with this, and we'll go into all the details of it at halftime, but the key thing that you're going to be looking at for your economics is going to be the ROP. So obviously, the slower you drill, the more expensive your well is to drill. But the second thing is going to be, we're actually going to charge you for your completion stages. So looking at this, as you guys are thinking along, in this middle section right here, and hopefully everybody can see my mouse, if your well at this part of, when your well is in this zone, which is your target zone, you'll be able to complete and get your maximum production. So this is the ideal spot for production. ROP will obviously vary as you move along. Obviously, there's no ROP type log, but ROP tends to trend with gamma, right? You can see when you look at your gamma signature, you can make a guess where the best ROP is going to be. When you leave the zone, either through the top or the bottom, up here you will still be able to complete. You will be charged the same amount for the stages, but your production will be reduced. The same right down here between the target base and the Duvernay carbonate. Now, if things go really awry, and you end up either out of the Duvernay altogether or down in that carbonate, we can't complete there at all. So that's just lost well. You won't be charged for the stages, but you also won't be getting any production for that. And that isn't anything that your investors want to hear.
Yeah, that's never a good sign whenever you have wellbore that you've invested money in and you set casing over and then you can't complete it. That is definitely, that's the worst case scenario.
No, absolutely. So that's worst case scenario outside of like burying your planning a BHA.
Well,
yeah,
right. There are other worst case scenarios, I guess, but that's one of them.
Yeah, for sure. Not that any of us have ever planted a BHA, right? So
no,
let alone two. Anyways, so everybody, hopefully everybody is successfully logging in through Solo. I know that our support team is working with some people right now just to make sure that everybody's logged in, everybody is in their correct well, and everything is set to go. Now, what we'll be doing here is we actually have, because Janelle is actually running our support team, we're going to actually play an interview that I conducted with her yesterday that will kind of go over some of the background of the Duvernay, what we'll be drilling today, and just kind of place a little bit of context around that. So Melina, if you could, go ahead and run that video. Geosteering World Cup. I'm here with our Canadian manager and Duvernay expert, Janelle Springer. Janelle, how are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Dylan. I'm doing really well. I'm very excited for today's event. How are you?
I couldn't be better if I was triplets. Well, maybe. I don't know. That's a rabbit hole we don't need to chase. So as everybody should know, everybody's been on the trainer, everybody's looked at the pre-spud, and we're going to start in the Duvernay. This is your stomping grounds, right? This is the area that you grew up around, and really, you're going to be you're our subject matter expert here. Could you maybe walk us through a little bit of
for better or worse?
Yes, ma'am. Well, for today, definitely for better, because your other choice was me. So could you go ahead and maybe walk us through a little bit of the history of the Duvernay, what it means to the Alberta area, and some of the very specific things geologically and from an operation standpoint?
Absolutely. So I am definitely not a Duvernay expert. There are some Duvernay experts with us today, but I'm happy to share the bit that I do know about the Duvernay. It is a formation that I worked early on in my career, and so for me, it's been exciting to see it grow and expand over the years into the play that it is that we see today. So let me go ahead. I'm going to share my screen here. Just thinking about it, I want to show you the map of where we're looking. So, Dylan, can you see that?
Yep. We got our full screen up.
Perfect. All right. So for those of you that have seen the pre-spud, this is going to look familiar. What we're looking at here is a map of Canada, and highlighted in yellow is the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin. So this is the basin that we drill here across BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. It was formed at the same time as the Rocky Mountains. It formed as a result of the Rocky Mountains. And so it is our basin here where all of the formations and all of the plays occur. So the Duvernay in particular runs fairly central. Hopefully you can see my mouse there. sort of west central Alberta through here. And this is the area that we're targeting. So it's actually a really large area in Alberta. It's broken up. Geologically, it does cover a lot of different grounds. There's land maybe north that's significantly different to the acreage down to the south. So depending on where your well is, where you're drilling, you're going to see a little bit different rock, a little bit different, problems, or maybe more carbonate, maybe a different part of the thermal maturity spectrum. So we're just talking sort of generally here today about the Duvernay. So the Duvernay is a late Devonian shale. It's a self-sourcing, organic-rich mudstone, to be specific. It is the basal fill or time equivalent of the Leduc reefs, and it was the source of the Leduc reefs, which was one of the biggest conventional plays that Alberta had, and it kept the economy here going for many decades. A couple other things. So like I said, it is a prolific source rock. It is potentially the most prolific source rock in Alberta. It does cover the entire thermal maturity spectrum, from the liquids-rich gas through to dry gas and into the oil window. So like I mentioned, depending on where people are drilling is sort of what, they might be targeting different aspects of it. Being such a prolific source rock, it wasn't really looked at as its own separate play, as a resource play, until probably about 2010. And at that point, it was being touted as like the next Eagleford. Whether or not it ever lived up to that name, I'll leave to the experts. But that was the idea when the companies started looking at it and going after. Previous to that, like many of the resource plays, it was a formation that companies had simply just drilled through on their way to something that was better at the time. And then in 2010 or so, there was a big rush for companies to go back and get rights to the Duvernay. I'd say full-on development started maybe a few years later, so maybe 2013, 2014 is when the ball really got rolling there. A couple other things about it. So it is divided into the West Basin and the East Shale Basin by the Rimbey Reef Trend. The East Shale Basin is sort of a newer play. It is actually a little bit different from the West Shale Basin. So it's been exciting to see some of the smaller companies getting a chance in the East Shale and producing some oil from that shale. So shale oil, that's what I was trying to say. I guess, Dylan, shall we talk about maybe some of the things that our competitors today could expect in the Duvernay?
Yeah, absolutely. And just think about it, like, is an area, like, what's the structure like? Are there extreme dip changes? Are there crazy faults? And quite frankly, like that thermal maturity, you said it goes the whole range. Does it tend to trend from one side to the other?
Yeah, actually, good question. And I do have a name and share, thank goodness. I have a good one here. So the oil window is more up to the northeast, and then as we get deeper in the basin, the maturity increases until we get to the dry gas window in the furthest southwest corner of that trend. In terms of the structure itself, though, it's really flat. It's really flat. You'll see in any grids, there isn't a whole lot going on. However, that lulled a lot of people into a false sense of security, especially at the beginning. Geosteering off the get-go wasn't necessarily embraced because it was thought to be a really easy formation to geosteer, but quite quickly, companies realized that there was more going on than that. Something that our competitors will see today is that the gamma signature throughout, you get a lot of gamma signature, but it typically looks the same above and below the target window. So it can be quite difficult sometimes to know if you're above or below the target. So that's definitely one of the biggest things that people look out for. There are natural fractures in the area. Whether that will affect our competitors today or not, I guess we'll see. The natural fractures in terms of production, it sounds like the jury's still out. They haven't decided if you want a well that is highly fractured or if you want to avoid it. But in terms of what we're going to be seeing today, potentially some small faults. Probably not. I don't want to say anything either way. I haven't actually seen the well, but it's not one of the bigger issues that we see through here.
So, and something that's, I'm sure, an absolute work of nonfiction. I recently watched a movie called Ice Road that was basically up in Canada, and they were trying to, if I remember right, they were trying to deliver, like, maybe it was like a BHA or something like that, and they had to drive over frozen lakes. And of course, everything fell through the lakes, and it was a big disaster. And I'm assuming that's probably not completely true, but there is a seasonality to drilling up there, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, and we do get frozen land to the north. It's not somewhere that I've personally done any work, though I know there'll be a lot of people here today who have, and they might be able to give us a little bit more insight into that. But definitely, we do see a lot more drilling activity in the winter when the land and the water is frozen. We're not dealing with the mud. And you know, all the other driving hazards that we can come across. We can get access to areas that, you know, during the summer or even worse during the spring, we wouldn't have access to. So there is a hard shutdown date in March, typically in the spring, and we go for spring breakup is what we call it. And it's when everyone pulls out in most parts of Alberta so that they don't get stuck there for the summer. And that's when everyone goes on holiday. All of Alberta, you'll find them in Maui.
I think that maybe we need to have the next Rogii Tech then in Maui for after breakup. Hey, so this is
Probably be the easiest way to get the Calgarians down there.
So this is a totally stereotype question. But as a Canadian fanboy, when they're drilling these, do they ever have polar bears on location?
So in Alberta, we definitely get bears on the rig site. I know Jason Postma, my colleague, has some stories about a bear sticking its head in one of the shacks. But it's funny you mention that, because growing up, my dad worked out on the rigs and up in the Arctic. And my favorite story, he has a slide negative, you know, like the old little negatives you'd have, and you put in a slide projector. He still has it. But it's of a polar bear that visited them in camp. It sounds really cool. I think polar bears are super, super dangerous. They're way worse than like grizzly bears and black bears. But growing up, that was a really cool story of how Dad had a polar bear out on their rig.
My dad's got some stories, but I don't know that if he can top that. And I wonder now if Jason has PTSD every time I send him a message that it's just another old polar bear sticking its head in his space. Okay, so just like you said, let's go ahead and take a look at what they're actually going to be drilling today.
Absolutely. So here's some example logs here. A couple things that, you know, people need to keep in mind, or at least the operators keep in mind when they're drilling. So we're looking at really deep wells. They're expensive not only to drill, but also to complete. Because it's an extremely tight reservoir. The completions are expensive, high fluid intensity, lots of proppant. So we want to make sure that we stay in the ideal drilling, or, you know, the ideal sweet spot for drilling. That's key to be able to try and reduce that drilling time. One of the other issues that sometimes we see in the Duvernay is proximity to the reef. Sometimes we'll get pulses or actual full areas where there's more carbonates, and that of course will lead to different geomechanical properties that make it so that it's not as easily completed. So we do try and keep away from areas of higher carbonate content if possible. Lastly, one of the big things that we see through here, though it won't affect us today, is that these wells are sometimes sour. So obviously really dangerous for field personnel. And sometimes it can be difficult. There's been a lot of companies trying to figure out how best to, you know, predict if a well is going to be sour. So those are sort of things that the operators keep in mind, and some of the things that we'll need to keep in mind today.
Well, I had a little talk with the HS&E guy for the competition here, and he's assured me that he's pulled everybody's stop card. So hopefully we won't have any issues like that today. If anybody does smell H2S, you're probably out on the rig, and you probably should follow your own HS&E procedures there. And as far as kind of thinking about like those carbonate sections in this well, because this is the well that that we're going to be doing that best in class economics on for the Dylan Miner Memorial Trophy.
Yes, yeah.
To my own horn a little bit. And there's going to be different zones that are going to be completed differently. And so you talked about that carbonate. Well, there's that Duvernay carbonate that will be at the base of your zone. And if you're in that, you won't be able to complete it all. So I think that plays right into what you were talking about.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And it's very realistic. That is somewhere that the operators, my understanding is that the operators definitely try to avoid that zone. So should you.
Hopefully our operators today will as well. And one of you guys is going to, or gals, sorry about that. One of you folk is going to take home that trophy. And I'm super excited. So Janelle, thank you very much for taking the time to record this with us. I know you're actually going to be doing support during the actual meeting, so you couldn't do this live, but we appreciate you doing this. And go Canada.
Absolutely. All the best to all the competitors. I'm excited to see who comes out with the best Duvernay well. Who knows, maybe one of the Canadian operators who's in the Duvernay will be watching today and might be looking to hire. I don't know. You never know.
There you go. Yep. And we're all Team North America here, so let's do it. Let's bring the trophies home.
Absolutely. All the best, everyone. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you very much, Janelle, for not only handling all the support today, but also walking us through the Duvernay. That's where we're going to be doing the initial well here. So we're just about 1 minute away from our initial data push. Like we've already had a few people jump the gun, and we had to go back and reset their wells. I know everybody's anxious, but just go ahead and wait for the official start here in about 1 minute. We can go ahead and share my screen here if we could, and you'll see that our robot is already set and prepped to go. So we're going to be watching this. Melina, could you go ahead and push my screen share? Thank you. We're going to be watching this through the eyes of the robot. So we're going to be able to see all of the wells going here. I have all the wells in my particular global project here, but we're going to actually be watching C5PO, the son of C4PO and Igor steer this. Okay, so it's 11:10 Central Time, and we are pushing data. The 2021 Geosteering World Cup has officially begun.
Yeah, this is so exciting. You know, I've seen a lot of familiar names on here on our chat so far. You know, I got to give a shout out to Karma over at Midcon Well Logging. She's on, and I've seen some Geovision folks on here as well, along with our sponsors that we spoke with earlier, Danielle. So it's exciting to see some familiar names, and I'm excited to see how these folks do today. So.
For sure. It's especially with the way 2020 went, right? Like everybody went through the pandemic, and as bad as it was for oil and gas, it was obviously a lot worse for other people. But there was a separateness, right? Like we all got sent home to our own little pods, if you will. And I feel like the Geosteering World Cup, it's kind of a touchstone, right? It's an opportunity for everybody to come back together and do something together. Like have an event that we can all talk about. If you go to Russia, or you go to Paris, or you go to Australia or New Zealand or Indonesia, we have somebody from Africa, and of course North and South America. It's something that everybody can talk about.
Absolutely, it's kind of something that brings everybody together. You know, I mean, you kind of hit on it. The last year has been a struggle for everybody, obviously, especially, working from home. I can speak for that. I've got 2 little kids at home. So the time when I was working at home, it was working at home and entertaining them. Right. And so that's definitely a struggle. And so this is kind of a fun way to, even though we can't all be together in person, we all get to kind of come back and reconnect, even if it's through chat, and steer a well. And then, for the folks that are going to be going to all these conferences in the next few weeks, right? Going to Midland or going to Denver for the kind of national APG, or coming to Tulsa. We'll get a chance to kind of cuss and discuss everybody's wells and talk about it, and go have a drink and enjoy getting to be back together in person again. So
as much as we can be under different circumstances, for sure.
Yep.
So it looks like the first data is pushing, and you can already start to see that we have some differentiation as far as how people are landing the wells.
Absolutely.
So you can see when we look here, we'll see that you have two polygons. You have a blue start line and a red finish line. And so the only data that's going to count is the data that's between the start and finish line here. So obviously there's a little bit of a tactical advantage to getting all of your sliding done prior to hitting that line. Yep. Another thing to keep in mind while you're drilling this is that this pre-drill grid is a pre-drill grid. And so as my friend Matt Benson is fond of saying, all models are wrong, but some models are useful. And so, I'm not saying one way or the other, but like there's a reason geosteers have jobs, and it's because wells that are designed to just follow structure from pre-drill or even seismic pre-drill, how do those work out if you just try to follow that and you don't geosteer at all?
Yeah, usually that doesn't work very well. I mean, I think, the basins that I've worked, seismic, the scale that you can actually get down to somewhere in the, maybe 40 to 70 feet range, something like that. Well, if your target zone is 20 or 30 feet thick, that thing can move quite a bit, within that seismic grid, within the actual ability to see that seismic, and so, or see that horizon on seismic. And so, this is kind of a gruesome way to think about it, but I always think about it as, people that are picking seismic and using seismic grids are kind of doing surgery with a chainsaw, whereas you have gamma ray on a bit in the zone, and now you're using a scalpel, right? And so it's just different scales. So you get a gross overall view of what the formation should look like. Generally what the dips are going to be. Whether it's up or down. But outside of that, from seismic, there's so many things that are seismic in a lot of these basins that we drill that you have to geosteer. You have to have that data at the bit, and so that's something that is that I'm a pretty firm believer of. That geosteering is obviously very important. Obviously, you want to have still the best way to get the best well is to have your pipe in the formation that you want to be in the target zone. I mean, I know we're fracking these wells and you're still going to connect to things above and below it, but you still want to have your wellbore in your target in the zone that you think is the best producer. So.
Yep. And as you can see, our leaderboard is starting to populate here. So this is another one of the new things for the 2021 Geosteering World Cup. So using Solo Connect, which is tied directly to the Solo database, we're actually populating this information out and then displaying it here. So you'll see that, right, we have two different styles of the leaderboard. And we have the overall leader, which is going to be, remember, 75% in zone, 25% ROP. We have our in zone percentage, and then we have our average ROP. And so at this point, people are just now initially entering the zone and going to be drilling it out. The official scorecard won't start until we actually cross this first take polygon right here.
So these leaderboards over here to the left, Dylan, you've got a couple of different ones that you're going to flip back and forth, right? So we've got a worldwide one and then a North American one. Is that what we're looking at?
A regional one, yep.
Regional one, okay.
Yep. And so when we look here, the reason that some of these scores are still blank is because only some people, probably on a particular server, are just crossing a little bit early. Crossing the line here. But as this thing starts to populate, we'll be able to bounce back and forth between these. Potentially, I don't know if Igor or Kirill are listening, but I think that there may be even a possibility of putting that leaderboard link up in the chat here so that people can go and check it out directly. But otherwise, we'll just keep it up here. We'll be looking at the overall champions that are coming up right here for this first well, and then checking them out over here as well.
So you said C5PO. What has been done over the last year? I mean, we can talk a little bit about C4PO's performance last year. It was interesting to kind of sit back and watch that as a human geosteer versus the kind of the robots, right? The AI. What have you guys done at StarSteer over the last year to try to improve that?
Well, so the at the heart of C3, 4, and 5PO is the assisted geosteering tool, right? And so, there we go. Everybody's in zone now, right? So we can see early on, player 256 is slightly ahead of everybody else, slightly. And that's almost, as you can see, most people are landing 100% in zone. And we will, and by the way, player 9 is C5PO. So that's who we're watching.
Player 9, okay.
Yep. So you can see all these different wells. Let me zoom in and we'll go back to what you're saying, Drew. It's exciting because we're just now entering zone here. Right, so look at all this is This is honestly, it's one of the things that's super cool about this, right? Is the fact that when we're looking at this right here, we're able to see that even this early on, right? Even at the very beginning, we already have a swarm of different ways to come in and land this well. So we can see that there was a few people who went out the bottom, and a few people who were probably not quite landed yet, but everybody is going to be basically coming into zone spot on. And that's the way that it should be, right? Everybody should be landing it well. But you just get to see all the different styles and ways that are going on here. And actually, let's see here. Actually, one of the things that we were able to do last year is to look at all this data to try to determine, how are people making their decisions? Are there any ways to make decisions that are better or worse? And we actually published a paper on at ERTEC about that. And we'll actually be doing an interview here in a little bit with the academic over in Norway who helped us go through that whole process. Anyway, so going back to like the changes that have been made with the assisted geosteering tool over the last year. In fact, one of the key things is that the assisted geosteering tool now has the ability to look back at itself, right? So previously, it was the initial rendition a couple of years ago. I always said it was like an intern on its first day. It was just a squiggle matcher, right? That's all it was able to do. And squiggle matching versus a type well is fine, but you're just versus a type well, and that type well, like unless it's a pilot hole that you're basically sidetracking off of to drill your lateral, it's always going to be a little bit wrong as far as the thickness and as far as the different dips. So if you're just trying to get your dips based on that, you're going to be less accurate. What it has the ability to do now is reflection points. So as your wellbore rolls over, it'll actually go back and look at it. So as we're watching it go through, you can see that so far, it's got a pretty good correlation, right? So far, it's looking pretty good as far as the correlation there. And I mean, and we can already see that there's some signal noise coming in, right? So this thing is set with signal noise. I'm going to go ahead and expand my TVT track here a little bit. And so we have the ability with the simulator to be able to control the amount of signal noise that's being applied. And so you can see, I mean, this is very realistic, right? Like you're coming through, everything's matching up, and then all of a sudden you hit a marker, and though the shape remains the same, the signal varies, right? And so we're seeing this, and you can see the assisted geosteering tool is actually coping with it really well. But what it will do is if it starts to go through and starts to get a little bit lost, as data comes in, it will eventually figure out where it is and go back and re-steer the previous segments. I mean, this is what I do as a geosteerer.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting is the fact that you guys can add in signal noise to the simulator. It's one thing to be steering a well in a simulator where you've got everything matching perfectly, but in the real world, we know geology is not perfect, and you move over one well spot, and you're going to have different markers as we come into land. You're going to have different markers in your formation, and so that's where having a little bit of a geologic license to do some interpretation on this is pretty fun as well, and to know that you have to make some interpretation of this when you're actually trying to come into land or steer the horizontal based on these markers. So
absolutely. And so I've switched over, so we're looking at the regional leaders right now. So we can see that right now in the North America, and right now we're going to leave it at the generic player names. As we advance on and we get to the point where we're actually announcing winners, we'll obviously translate those players to their actual human names, or if they've chosen to not use human names, their pseudonyms. The reason we do this is obviously we're not trying to make anybody. We're trying to promote an amazing event. We're trying to promote our brand, and we're trying to promote our competitors' brands. So if somebody's having an off day, though we may heckle them offline, we certainly don't want to just kind of put them on blast in front of the entire geologic world here. So we'll leave it with these generics, and then as we get to the point where we have a top 10 or we have our best in class champion, that's when we'll go ahead and move it over. So speaking of like the kind of like the rise of the machines, the changes that have been made. It's not just the assisted geosteering tool that's improved, but I think we've also done some improvements to the Python scripts that allows it to respond. So you can see here, looking at this dark blue line right here is what represents the C4PO as well. So you can see that he landed right at the very top. And what's interesting about this is super cool to me. So C4PO and C5PO has run through this multiple times. He drills a different well every time. Because
Really?
the signal noise varies each time.
Okay.
Because it's a random stochastic model. I don't even know what those words mean, but that's what's going on, right? And so what's happening then is each time the data that he's getting is going to be just a little bit different. And so I guess it's more an it or an AI or something like that. But you can see that it landed a little bit high, then it cut down, and now it's trying to save itself, right? It's trying to dive back down to the middle.
So this is an interesting, I think, an interesting point to bring up, Dylan. That every geosteer kind of has their own little strategies for coming into landing, and I'd be kind of curious to get your thoughts on this. There were a few people that came in a little low, right, and cut through the section and got themselves a little bit of a type well at landing. Which is a strategy that I like to do if you have the room to do it. And if, as long as you don't get too crazy and you're not landing, insanely low. But there are some people that cut all the way through the target. Now they've built themselves a little bit of a pilot hole right there at the heel and then cut back up and got right in zone by the time they got to that blue line. What are your thoughts on that strategy, or how do you think about that whenever you're steering a well?
Well, we talked about it before that everything's a series of sacrifices, right? So typically for actually, from the drilling perspective, a soft landing where we kind of land high about like 82 degrees and then we slowly come down into zone, that allows that without that initial kind of fishhook kink, it allows us to get more weight to bottom and allows us to get more control, especially, there's people drilling 3-mile laterals. There's people drilling friggin' horseshoes. Right? Yeah. Anything that you can do to, pardon my French there, such as it is. There's anything you can do to allow you to have more control towards the toe of your well is a good thing. But now from a selfish geosteer's perspective, absolutely, man, shoot through, as long as I'm not going to get run off, let's shoot through the bottom of the zone, because not only am I going to make a pseudo type log, I'm also going to correct for thickness variation. Right? Because once I get that fish hook, I've now seen the whole section. I fish hooked up. I can now calculate what the apparent bed dip is there at landing. And now the only variation left, other than obviously the Stockhausen effect limitations of uncertainty, is going to be the thickness change. So I will now correct and I will make a pilot hole that's perfect. And it'll make drilling the whole rest of the well that much easier, or steering the rest of the well. So, different people have different motivators, right? Like the worst well I've ever done, and it, I got a best in class bonus for.
Right.
I'm not sure if you were ever in zone.
That's just how it works sometimes, man. That's how it works.
Yeah. Drilling in geology and production often, even if they shouldn't, they still do often have different motivators.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. And it really an ops geologist is the strength is to be able to, I think, communicate with the drilling engineer, communicate with the completion engineer, and kind of be the tie between all that, right? Engineers are, I'm going to pick on them a little bit here. They kind of like to, sit behind their computer and work in spreadsheets and things like that. It's been pretty rare that I found a drilling engineer that I can actually, communicate well with, from the sense of talk about more than just work and, get outside and hang out kind of thing. But, really a really good operations geologist, geosteer will be the guy that can communicate well with everybody and kind of bring that all together and tie everybody together in that sense, right? Because you're right, there are different goals for different people, and we've worked at companies before that have different incentives for bonuses and things for different groups as well, and so everybody's kind of looking at it a little differently, and so it is a challenge that we face, but I think the industry is kind of moving away from that now as they just try to focus on the economics of wells and actually drilling, as far as looking at everything on the whole, right? Everybody together, kind of coming together to do that. So, it's definitely there are definitely some different incentivization, I guess, for different people when it comes to the operation side of things.
Yeah, I don't know. This might be my bias because I am a generalist, right? But I feel like maybe the era of specialists is kind of coming down. Like everybody has to be able to, if not do everybody else's job, at least understand everybody else's job, understand their motivations. And like you said, that's where the ops geo comes in. I always picture it as if there's a bicycle with all the spokes coming out, and those spokes are asset geos and drilling engineers and reservoir engineers and middle managers who don't know what they're talking about. And and production, and everybody's coming together at that central piece. So we have to be able to speak to everybody, and so I think that's a unique and really interesting space to live in.
Absolutely, yeah.
Even if I don't necessarily want to wake up ever at 3 a.m, but that's part of the sacrifices of being in that space.
Absolutely.
So you can see that we're starting to really get some separation. In North America, you can see player 94, 94, 95, 4, and 20 are setting the thing. Looks like our overall leaders right now are as last year from Europe and Eurasia. We have 4 that are over 87 there. In Latin America, we have somebody who's player 310, who's right there at just below 87. And in the Middle East, we have already somebody above 86.2. So things are going really well. We can look at the overall leaderboard here. 87.6 is basically setting the line. Now, keep in mind, the Geosteering World Cup champion is going to be an average of the 2 total scores. So, we could be set up for some photo finishes here, because if the difference between first and 20th right now is 2 points.
Wow.
I mean,
so okay, explain this to me, Dylan. You've got the Dylan Miner Memorial Trophy for the best in class well for the unconventional, but the overall World Cup, like you said, it's an average of the 2 wells, right? And
correct,
both wells are going to be scored the same: 75% for end zone, 25% for ROP. Is that correct?
Yep, absolutely. Now it's and we'll actually dive into kind of the breakdown of the best in class trophy. What I'd like to do, so as I mentioned earlier, this is a lot of data, right? We're seeing the way that everybody steers these wells, and as Drew asked, there's always a little bit of a competition between humans and robots, right? Sometimes we can feel a little bit threatened. They're the new shiny toy, and we're the people who actually get the job done, right? So there's always going to be a little bit of conflict there. But there are some really interesting things that are going on. And it's been my opinion that when it comes to new technology, that technology is going to come whether we like it or not, right? I've met some geologists out there who would be happy to be doing things in Excel spreadsheets now, and they find StarSteer to be technology that's threatening. So I think that it's important to kind of think about how can we work with that technology as opposed to try to compete with it, because the computers are going to keep getting better, and we need to as well.
Yep.
So, Drew, I know you heard about it a little bit. I talked to you while we were writing it, but we actually produced a paper that we presented at ERTEC based on our findings from last year, and we did that in collaboration with Norwegian Research Institute that has been interested in this as well. And we actually recorded an interview that I did with their program lead over there, Sergey. Let's go ahead and run that video. Norwegian Research Institute. Called Norse. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. And you guys started working with us last year. And in fact, you actually competed in last year's Geosteering World Cup. But then you also helped us quite a bit as far as crunching the data that came out of that, trying to find some best practices and that we produced a paper on. When we were working on that paper and looking at the data, what was the most interesting kind of things for you with looking at that much data?
It was interesting to see the real data where the real people both did real interpretations and real decisions, because I have been working with geosteering research projects for a while, and mostly what you get in the best case scenario, it is a real case, but then it's a historic case, so it has been done. And here it was an environment where people can change things, and based on that there was also reactive things from the environment. And we also tried this setup for our own geosteering competition, which focused more on the uncertainty. And of course, the Rogii's competition World Cup, it was very nice because it was really putting the people in their natural environment with the software that most of them were familiar with.
Yeah, and this year we're up to 332 competitors. It's crazy. Now, last year, you actually brought, instead of competing directly yourself, you brought an avatar in, right? And you were competing in the guise of your automatic geosteering tool. What was the name of that tool?
So I didn't come with the name initially, for which in the end of the day it was called Rogii, and I think it became very famous because it shoot out quite to the stars in the very final. Yes. So
Okay.
I have an avatar for Rosie here. So that's how it looks like.
She looks very beautiful.
Thank you.
What are her pronouns?
I would go with AI Rosie.
Perfect. Now, so from the time that what was your aha moment? When was it that you first started thinking about like drilling building an automated geosteer?
So automated geosteering, I have been working on the project. In fact, I have been the research leader of the project called Geosteering for Improved Oil Recovery. And there the idea was to bring different pieces together. That was updates of uncertainty and also, among other things, decision making. And there has been a work of a PhD student, Kanne Kwan from University of Stavanger, who did some work with uncertainty, and I continued it in the project. And by the time of the first Geosteering World Cup, we had a paper published where we had like the full workflow with updates and also decision making. But there was, of course, a caveat because it has been done on a toy problem.
It had been done on a. Say that again for me.
On a toy problem. So essentially, we made an environment that was simple and favorable for that condition. And at that point, around that point, I got somehow a call from Igor, and he said, "Oh, we're organizing Geosteering World Cup. Do you want to participate?" And I was like, "Yeah, but like participating myself would be no fun. So we need to build a robot."
Mm-hmm.
And I guess when I saw that Star Steer had a possibility to do things in Python, I thought, okay, we can work with that. And it was a pretty busy week and a half, I think, before the semifinal last year.
So were you able to just take the version of Rosie that you had before the Geosteering World Cup and just tie that into Star Steer, or did you have to do some kind of reformatting and rebuilding of the base architecture?
No, it was actually all done from scratch because the problem was very different and the objective was very different. And also the old one has been in C#. So it was a thing done from scratch. But of course, having some experience with these things helped a lot. And like initially, what I thought would be the most important is that we try to have it live in an uncertain world. So Rosie was doing 40 interpretations for every stand she was receiving, instead of, I believe, C4PO. Who did one. So she has been much less experienced than the other guy, but then she did more attempts every time. So I guess that was the main feature. But of course, kind of the reason and why I was also interested to see like the real data was, okay, let's say we can do a good interpretation. But yet neither Rosie nor her friend C4PO could steer really well. So the question was like, how do we get from a very good interpretation, which Rosies haven't got really, to a very good steering?
So she was very good at correlating, but that doesn't necessarily lead to making the best possible forward-thinking decisions.
I was happy how she was correlating. However, the truth be told, like in a way, I was training her on a simpler scenarios, and the complexity that was introduced, especially in the final, was hard to handle for her because like you need to fine tune, and that's what gets you to the top.
Yeah, I remember watching her as she shot towards the top, and I was just thinking, it reminded me of that old YouTube video where the Russian drill bit comes out of the ground. It comes right back up. I was like, maybe that was just Rosie. But so with Rosie's experience, because of course the reason you're doing it, I mean, it's fun, it's entertaining, but you're doing it to try to train your tool. So coming out of that, was there, if you were to say like 2 or 3 things that you learned there that will help make Rosie 2.0 and 3.0 superior to Rosie 1.0, what would they be?
I think the main thing that was apparent is data. And the second thing in that problem that we have, we also need to understand how can you convert those probabilistic predictions into good decision making. this is things that are often overlooked. And though this is, I guess, what distinguishes really good geosteerers. They can both correlate and understand, like in their head, the prediction ahead. So for the robot, you need to do like some software prediction ahead.
So it's as we talked about in the paper, it's part science and part art, right? And trying to bring those together. Yeah. And art will always be something that's going to be hard for AIs. They'll probably get there eventually, but difficult. And I guess that kind of brings us to the question that, obviously this is a Geosteering World Cup and populated by people who make their lives around the prospect of geosteering. So the idea of an automated geosteer can seem a bit threatening. So what does the future look like? Are we looking at scorched skies and Skynet and Rogii doing everything for us? Or is it going to be more of a collaborative environment where we somehow hybridize and everybody works together?
So this brings me to another question that I thought we will discuss. Is Rogii represented in 2022?
Right.
Or 2021, sorry. Right. And the answer is no. And this year, there is a PhD student who started in one of our projects at the University of Stavanger. His name is Rogii, which sounds a bit similar as Rogii.
Right.
And he will participate himself this time. However, he will get the understanding of the environment, and combined with the the Rogii 1.0 implementations and the new ideas that we're working on, I hope that in 2022 he will become that kind of combined person, cyborg, if you wish, who can both use his human abilities together with the AI, hopefully to get really good results.
Perfect. So Rogii 2.0 is actually Rogii 1.0, the next level. Cool. Well, so hopefully, all that can come together because obviously bringing in the data sets and the amount of data that's out there, it can only make humans better at what we do. So I look forward to kind of seeing how this continues to evolve and hopefully putting out another paper with you guys for ERTech 2022.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Cool. Well, Sergey, thank you very much for your time. I know it's late there for you, so I appreciate you staying up for us, even if there's still daylight there because Norway, right? You guys get plenty of it.
We're getting to equinox, so
so getting close. But anyway,
all the same as in your place, except the hourly difference.
Yeah, for sure. But either way, we appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing Rogii and Rogii maybe in the Geosteering World Cup of 2022, and they can battle for your funding there. Maybe that'd be interesting when it gets it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You do.
So it's really interesting. He's a brilliant guy, and he's, as he said, he's been working on the idea of how to automate and simplify the geosteering process for years. And he's finally come to the conclusion that cyborg is the issue. So he's got his buddy there who is or his student who's going to be the cyborg for him.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting topic. I mean, I remember when you and I first talked a few years ago about automated geosteering, because it was something that Starsteer was just trying to play around with. One of the questions I think I asked was, do you think this is ever going to replace people geosteering? And at the time we said, there's just no way. There's too many variables that go into it. And I do think we're getting closer to that point where the assisted geosteering and automated geosteering can help. And I think that's it's going to be it's definitely going to be another tool in the toolbox to have. But I think there's always going to be a need for somebody to kind of be able to take in the geologic data, right, and be able to process that and understand it and then make decisions going forward. So we are making leaps and bounds, though. It's amazing how far it's come just in the last few years.
It is, and it really, like I said, he's right. It needs to be a cyborg, right? Yeah. And though it may not be Jean-Luc Picard, simulating with his little eyepiece, the power of this is going to be allowing the computers to manage these immense amounts of data that it's beyond us, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, Drew, when you steer a well, like realistically, how many interpretations can you keep afloat simultaneously?
Yeah, I mean, I think you never want to have I mean, you're always going to have a backup interpretation and maybe a backup to that, right? But you don't want to have more than maybe a couple going, because then you just start to question yourself a lot, right? And I think that's the power of where the simulations and the AI comes in, is you let that be the backup, right? You let that kind of start, make 5 or 6 different interpretations, and then kind of see what it looks like and compare it to yours. My perspective is I've never had more than 2 or 3 going at a time, because then it's kind of like quarterbacks in football. If you have 2, you don't have 1, right? And so you kind of want to have one that you can hang your hat on, and then you might want a couple of backups just in case. But that's where I think you let the AI kind of come in and help with some of those backups.
For sure, it's and I don't know if you got a chance to use the spectrum tool that's part of the assisted geosteer.
I've not.
It creates a visual that it almost looks like seismic, but what it is it's a visual representation of every possible geosteering interpretation.
Wow.
Right. And so it's what the AG is actually sorting through to just make its decision about which one to go with. But I love that. I feel like that should be the part of everybody's end of well report. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because it's really easy. Like because we make a decision at the beginning of the well, and if we lock ourselves into that decision and we start ignoring the fact that might have been an incorrect decision, we're just wrong for the whole rest of the well. And maybe we find out because we hit a bad marker or we get stuck, right? So you can actually use it during the well to just keep an eye on, like, are there any other possibilities that I really should be keeping an eye on? If so, copy, paste, make your interpretation, just fault everything up to line it up like that and see what it looks like.
Absolutely.
It's just one of the ways that technology should be making our lives easier, not harder.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You should definitely be leaning into this a little bit, I think, because it is there's a lot to be gained from it, right? There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to use. And I think it can really progress not only our interpretations, but our understanding of the subsurface and all of that stuff, right? So it's definitely something to lean into. I think there looks like there's getting some separation in the leaderboard there. The top 20 players now, there's a pretty good range. So there's definitely 4 or 5 folks that are kind of separating themselves out from the pack, it looks like.
Yeah. Looks like we're down. We had everybody with scores over 80 for a while. We're down to just 4 of them. And you can see ROP, it's starting to separate it quite a bit here as well. So I'll jump over here so we can take a look at the regional. It looks like, at least based on the grid, who knows if this will actually be true, because, you know how geophysicists are. You can't trust them.
Yeah, right.
But we kid our drilling engineer and geophysicist friends. We kid them. But it looks like there's an inflection point that could be coming up here. We'll have to wait and see if that's actually there. But as we switch over and start looking at things from a regional standpoint, we can see that it's Europe and North America are setting the curve right now, and that's where all 4 of the 80 plus users are. Now, keep in mind, we're only a little bit over halfway through this well, so this is going to change dramatically, right? Like, this is not a vanilla well, of course, right? We all know you can't just follow the grids. We all know. So there's going to be some stuff that happens. We're going to see some dramatic changes probably in some of these scores. Now, looking through this, though, like we can see the dark blue right here, which represents the robot. And you'll notice that we're not seeing the robot at all in the leaderboards. And so if anybody's worried about like the robots actually taking our jobs, I don't think we have to worry about it. Well, that's what I was going to ask is there a way, can we know what the robot score is? Is there a way to search those to see kind of to filter down to it? I'm kind of curious because I mean, it doesn't look like it's that bad of a well right now. I mean, it looks like the robot's done a fairly decent job of staying in zone, maybe getting hurt a little bit on ROP though. Yeah. Obviously it's sliding a lot. It's got its own little roller coaster going. So it's probably not doing really well with ROP. I'll see the comment box here later, but I don't actually. I'm scared. I'll be honest. I'm scared to change my my leaderboard here.
Yeah, don't do it.
Funny. Let's see here. Potentially, maybe somebody else on the team might be able to look into it and see how the robot's doing as far as overall score. And of course, I guess the other reason that we kind of leave it this way is we don't want someone to look at the robot and then try to like learn and make adjustments that way, because I can't guarantee you that the robot's interpretation is correct. So that means that everybody else's wellbores in here could be incorrect. Now, when everybody TDs, they're all going to get an answer key. Like, they're all going to get pushed an interpretation that says answer. They're all also going to get a new comment box that will tell them what their score was and their average ROP, average dog leg, and all that. I mean, this interpretation looks good, but I don't know, maybe right here, this is a little bit iffy. But as we zoom in here a little bit, let me send.
There's still a fair bit of spread in those wells. I mean, you've got some folks, all the way from the top of the zone, down to a pretty low in zone. So I think that that just goes to show that even in an air quote here, quote unquote, flatter area, you still have the variability in the rock is huge, and it can still throw some loops in there. So
for sure. And remember how we were talking about how in Star Steer, when you're sliding, you get you don't just get one long survey. So we have these black dots here are actually representing the survey pushes, right? This is where data was added. And so you can see, like, if we were to look at, we'll look at 41 here because it's kind of separated itself. So you can see right here, they were actually putting in slides. So you get that high concentration of survey points. Same thing here, where from here to here, you can see that this was pure rotation. So they had slide, slide, rotate, rotate, slide, slide, rotate. And you can see right here, they realized that they were actually breaching the Duvernay and then came back down. Well, potentially, if you believe the robot's geosteering. And you see here, this flat one right here, these are competitors who just didn't show up. So they're just purely rotating.
I see. Okay.
Yep.
Well, depending on the interpretation, they may not be in a bad spot. We'll see.
Hey, well, they'll be able to complete that.
Yeah, that's right.
Just drilling straight ahead at 90, but I think that they're going to be way out of the money here. So,
that's a good point, Dylan. One thing I wanted to talk to you about is there's obviously we talked with Will earlier about the changes in geosteering or a little bit about their company and how they didn't necessarily start out with geosteering, but think about back to the 2008 to 2012 time frame when horizontal wells kind of were started to be drilled, in Oklahoma or really anywhere for that matter. Mm-hmm. And the changes in geosteering. I mean, I think back to some of the wells that I've seen in the Granite Wash, for instance, that have been drilled out in the western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle, and you've got a 250-foot target zone, and you kind of just have a landing point and a tow point, and you tell your drilling engineer to hit that point at the end. And now it's gotten to the point where you have, an azimuthal resistivity tool on and you're trying to hit a 5-foot target, right? I mean, it's just a lot has changed in the last, 10 to 12 years. And I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on how far we've come from those early days. And then what does that mean potentially going forward?
Well, what I would say is, I remember when I first came down to Tulsa and was working with you, I'd been working in the Bakken, where we've been putting down 2-milers like this. And I started working Granite Wash. And I remember talking to my directional driller because we were drilling a 1-mile lateral and I was really confused. And he told me, there's no way you would ever be able to get enough weight on bit anywhere to drill a 2-mile lateral, right? And obviously he never worked offshore where they're drilling 8 and 9-mile laterals. But
right.
and obviously they have much bigger diesels out there to be able to push it. But the first thing that I noticed is just the speed. Like, it's insane now. They're drilling it. I've heard rumors of 850 feet an hour. That's a rocket ship.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, the only people steering faster wells than that is right here, where they're drilling. They're getting 100 feet every 2 minutes. So what is that? 3,000 feet an hour.
Right. Yeah. You're never going to, well, I'm not going to say never, but it'd be pretty rare to drill a well this fast. I mean, the pace we're going, maybe we'll get there someday.
No, best in class bonuses for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like that is a big part of it. But I also am seeing just the way that we're utilizing and integrating data from other areas to be able to be more specific. Like I remember drilling some of those early Woodfords, and they would tell us, you would have you remember, originally there was just like an upper, middle, and lower, right? And we were just going to, as long as we were in the upper, middle, and lower, we didn't know like what part was really better. And we'd hit the chert and we'd chew up bits. But eventually we started to determine like those sweet spots, right? And once we were able to determine the sweet spots, we start drilling faster, and then we start optimizing drilling parameters in those sweet spots. And we just keep going better, faster and faster and faster. And of course, using products like Forecast to be able to determine what the best completion strategies are. So technology is just pushing for efficiency from every direction.
Yeah, and I think part of that is that where we're at in kind of the development of shale plays and horizontal wells. Early on when you're first trying to develop any kind of asset or play, right? You're going to test different zones, different benches. You're going to test ROP. You're going to cut cores. You're going to learn as much as you can. And so a lot of that, that happened early on. And now we've refined that, like you said, and we've gotten to where we can be much more precise with our targeting. And I think the big changes, I think, in geosteering, in my mind, that have happened over the last year, the use of newer tools like, forecast and star steer, obviously, but even downhole tools, azimuthal gamma ray, azimuthal resistivity. I mean, that's something that even in the Woodford, which has obviously been drilled a ton now, there's seismic over all of it, having something as simple as an azimuthal gamma ray tool, if you're really trying to stay in a 15 to 20 foot window, is huge. And so you look at other zones that are being drilled that are, the gamma ray is not maybe as a little more nondescript, but you've got good resistivity, and you can look at tools like the periscope, right, and azimuthal resistivity and resistivity modeling and all kinds of stuff like that. And it's just amazing, I think, the technology, where it's come from kind of that point and shoot early on, right, that two point well, to you're actively steering the well based on modeling and based on where you think you're at. And so it's a very interesting I think dynamic to where we were to where we're at now. And it's really exciting to kind of where we're going to go in the next 5 to 10 years of geosteering. What technologies are going to be out there? I've heard talks before of this was, man, probably close to 10 years ago now, at a young professionals talk, and they were saying that by the end of our careers they'll be drilling with lasers instead of drill bits, right? And so it's just, you never know where it's going to go and what's going to happen, but it'll be an interesting I think to see kind of what happens in the industry over the next 5 to 10 years with geosteering and with the technologies. So
yeah, and one of the things that I keep seeing, because I work with most of the service companies that are StarSteer clients, StarSteer users, and that market has become, it's become like almost a race to the lowest price point, right? And so people are trying to find ways to continue to make it like an industry that it's a career, right? Not just a stepping stone to something else. That's how you get the best geosteers. You find somebody who's going to stay in place, build those kind of social relationships with the people they're working with, and build their skills. And as we continue to, if operators, and I'm talking to you guys, operators out there, as you continue to like put the pressure on there to save 10, 15 bucks a day, well, eventually you get to a point where it's not a career anymore, right? And there's the old saying, right? You get what you
pay for.
That's it. And so we need to find a sweet spot where, sure, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our investors, but we also need to, if we want good product, we have to continue to allow those quality steers to be able to make a living, right?
Yep.
And so I say this because I get questions about like, okay, what can we do to differentiate ourselves? What does the industry want? And one of the things that I always mention is I see a need for third-party geotech, right? Like there's a lot of data that's out there and that is just sitting around, right? And the data itself is what's what I'm looking for. It's not well organized, right? A lot of times we've been so busy in operations just trying to survive that we didn't sort data, like in using some of those old legacy geosteering programs that people used to use before we showed them the light. Like all those wells were individual, right? Like each well was its own project. So you couldn't bring them together to compare. And then you had some stuff that was in this geoscience package and that geoscience package. Heck, I remember back in the Apache days having to dig down in the basement library in a paper folder to find a moldy plat to be able to find a surface hole location, right? So I think that there's a market for somebody to be able to come in there and clean that up.
Absolutely. And it's not only a person, but it's, it comes down to softwares as well. That's one of the strengths, I think, of StarSteer that we've really leaned into over the last few years at any organization that I've been in is being able to look at StarSteer as not a geosteering software, but really it's almost a data repository for wells, right? So you're going to not only the plethora of data that you have from drilling a well, from all of the drilling parameters, all of that stuff that you can get into a spreadsheet, or you can get into a SQL server, however you want to tie that into to star steer itself. But then you start bringing in completions data. You can visualize it. You can house it all in one spot. Then you can, like you said, you can have multiple wells in one project and start comparing it. I mean, it becomes a much more robust tool when the data is not disparate and scattered all over the place or on hard copies, and anybody can access it within the organization. You can start to actually compare those you're targeting to production and things like that. So it makes it it's a very robust tool, I think, that a lot of people are starting to see now as a good tool to have in the toolbox to compare everything from the drilling parameters to targeting to completions to all that stuff. And we're going to see that when we look at forecast and we figure out which one of these wells is the best in class, right? And I'm excited for that because, I mean, I've sat through a few intros to forecast. I've seen Andres talking how it all works and all that. And I'm excited to see this amount of data though pulled in and then run through and then actually pick out which well is the best. I think that's going to be a really interesting thing.
Yeah, data science. That's that other thing, right? Like
there it is. Yep.
Like we all say analytics. We all say data science.
Yep.
But I don't know how many companies really have the expertise and the time to be able to do it. So to me, this is another thing that service companies are probably going to be asked to step in and do, is be able to come in and be like, hey, take all our data, clean it up, bring it together, geotech it basically, and now show us what it means. Like, how does it all come together? There we go. So you can see there's definitely been some changes that have been happening here, right? Like you can see everybody's scores have dropped. There's obviously been something that's happened here to our users. And we're coming up now. I'll point out because we're running multiple different Amazon servers here, 8 and 16 core servers that are pushing all this data out to everybody. This is the most activity that's ever happened in the solo cloud at one time. This means that this is more data being pushed than is actually pushed globally on a normal day.
Wow.
So as you can see, so there's different people are going to be getting their data at slightly different times.
Yeah, so you see a few wells are a little ahead of the others there then. Is that, I guess, is your point, yeah?
Yep, yeah, absolutely. So there'll be, because we have 330 and we have I don't even remember, was it like 15 or 16 servers pushing the data? Because it's basically running a Python script through multiple different models to be able to push all that data out. But everybody should be relatively close. And we're going to be coming up to that finish line here. It looks like we have what we're at vertical section. Looks like about 2,600. So we have about 600 feet of. So we have probably about. Looks like we're probably going to finish about 10 minutes behind schedule here.
600 meters.
Meters. Sorry, meters. Yep. Sorry. I always forget. This is a Duvernay well.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway. We can see right here that let's go over to the global leaders here. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh us. Just make sure that we have the most up-to-date information here. Okay, so you can see that now there's only one person left above 80.
Wow.
And it's a North American user, 003. We saw that from the last one here. And now we're starting to get back to the norm. So we have one that's 3 points above. In general, for you North Americans out there, the top 100 users are typically North American, just the way that things were put in. And so it makes it really easy for us to be able to jump back over here, right? You can see that this is the North American leaderboard, European and Asian. You can see that we have player 301 from the Middle East is just pulling away from the rest of the squad over there. And in Latin America, 310 is also really pushing the pace. Coming back to the global, though, it looks like it's going to be a battle between these users right here. And at this point, you can see that whatever happened here caused some carnage, just carnage. Like everybody was bundled up really tightly, and then it exploded coming out of that inflection point.
Yeah, there's definitely, if you zoom out a little bit, I'm curious what that looks like behind that. I mean, I think everybody was still bundled up pretty tight, and then you hit that spot, and it's like some spaghetti got tossed on the table there. It's kind of what it looks like. So that's a very, I'll be really curious to see what the answer is, if there's some faulting or some weird dips there.
Yeah, there might be. And, it's another one of those things like if you trust your geophysicist, you're probably like implicitly. It's not that you shouldn't trust them. Their data is useful, but you can't just drill off what they're saying. So if you remember like what the actual structural dip looked like there, let's see here. Let me turn on my see if I can't find the grid here. Where's it at? There we go. Let me bring this over. I had my object tree there minimized. There we go. So you can see that the grid actually was showing that we're expecting a little bit of a down dip, but instead we actually were seeing, assuming that the robot was right here, an actual dip increase. So, you know, not the best of all worlds there. The other thing that you're seeing up here is this is the ROP, right? And so as we look at this data set, so Drew, when you're steering a well and you're getting data and you cross a fault that wasn't seismically or structurally predicted, how do you identify it?
Well, so I think there are a couple of different ways, right? I think, you know, ROP is a good one because, it really depends, right? It depends on the size of the fault. You know, if there's a big shift in ROP, and if the gamma ray is nondescript, then that could be one indicator. The other though is gamma ray, right? If you're drilling along and you're in a pretty, you're drilling along bed dips and you're in a pretty steady gamma ray signature, and then you see a really sharp contact and you move to another gamma ray signature, that's also another good indication of faulting. So, you know, that's without having something like an azimuthal gamma ray where you can actually sometimes see that break. You know, that's one good indicator is when you really look at those really sharp breaks in the gamma ray or the ROP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, and in the conventional, people will actually have azimuthal gamma. I always kind of talk about like azimuthal gamma. It's kind of like the old Game Genie in the old Nintendo days when you turn on God mode, because it really takes a lot of the mystery out of whether we're cutting up or down, and it helps us identify faults. In fact,
in the conventional world though, right? If you're looking at bedding, you can definitely get tripped up by that, right? So you got to keep that in the back of your mind that if you're looking at bedding planes and not dip there, you may have you may have some issues.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and at the end of the day, it's always bedding planes of some sort, right?
Right. Yeah. But how if they're dipping or not, right?
Yep, for sure. And and that's why a lot of times in the conventional world they use additional tools. They use resistivity. You know, sometimes they go full resistivity inversion. You know, depending on you know if they're trying to avoid an oil water contact or something like that they need to be able to see. That's like legit cheating, in my opinion. Right? Like you can see like the whole zone. You know, the fog of war is removed. So you can see we're creeping up here on the end. Looking at the robot's interpretation here, it looks like it's struggling a little bit with this last little segment. And you can see that this ROP is very dramatically. One of the clues, though, that as we look at this, remember we were talking about these dots are actually representing slides. And so those slides, one of the things I would do if I was trying to identify a fault is I'd look for where I'm seeing reduced, like what looks like maybe a drill break, right? Reduced ROP. And then I'd look down and be like, well, did I slide there? Because if I was rotating and I had reduced ROP, that's a drill break. So unless I actually went into some, you know, I got down into that Duvernay carbonate or someplace where, you know, obviously ROP would be dramatically reduced. That's something where I'd be looking to see if there was a fault. So, I mean, these are things that we do as geosteers all the time, but to be able to actually see it visualized, sorry about that, to see that actually visualized is a very powerful, I think, powerful tool, not just for the Geosteering World Cup, but overall.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And so that's why I'm real excited to see kind of what the answer key is here. Once C5PO gets done with this well, I'm curious to see what happened right there where everybody kind of blew up. And it's interesting, our leaderboard now, you know, you look at the top 5 or 6 and the leaders kind of pulled back a little bit now. And so you've got everybody kind of bunched up there within a few points of each other within that top 5. You know, ROP's pretty tight. And in zone's actually pretty tight. So it's, you know, things are starting to tighten up here towards the toe. It's very interesting how it's shifted a bit, I guess, so that everybody is kind of bunched back up. There was a time there where the leaders looked like they were kind of trying to pull away, but now they're right back in it. Same thing here for North America. You've got the top 5 or 6 folks within a few points of each other. Middle East, though, still player 301 is really pulling away with it. And then, looking at Europe and Eurasia is obviously a very tight race as well within 5 or 6 points of each other. So I think looking at the averages here, comparing these two wells from the unconventional to conventional is going to be really interesting. I'll be curious to see if the folks that do well on the unconventional are also the ones that do well on the conventional, or how much experience they have going from one to the other. Looks like about 400 meters left.
Look at that. I was muted. And that consistency is what we saw last year. So last year, our overall champion, Anton Ziapkin. So Anton actually he won both semifinals, and then won the unconventional in the final. And I finished 4th in the conventional. And so it was that consistency that really pushed him over the top. And that's what we'll find this year, because it's so close. Like, we're looking here, if we go back to the overall lead and we look right here, you see that in the top 20, we're talking about 10 points, right? Right. So when that gets averaged in, nobody is out of it. In fact, last year, our Latina champion, she did okay in the unconventional, but she crushed the conventional, and that pushed her all the way into global second.
Wow.
Yeah. And so she not only was the Latin American, South American champion, but got number 2 overall. So
that's amazing. Yeah, that's awesome. So even if that, I guess the point there is, if you feel like you're not doing great on the conventional, there's still another chance, right? Go get it on the conventional well, and they can put you right back into it. So
yeah, absolutely. And because we're nice over here at Rogii, everybody will get a certificate of participation, right? Like, we get our participation trophies. But for everybody that finishes in the top 20%, you'll actually get a certificate that says that you're a top 20% of the world finisher, right? And I think at that point, it's more than just a touchstone. That has value. And then, of course, there'll be the regional champs will be getting their iPads, and the global champ will be getting their iPad, and of course, the best in class will be getting their award.
Nice.
Let's see here. There we go. We're creeping in. So we have a bunch of people that are going to be crossing the finish line right here. We just got last day to push for a lot of people. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the robot score, as I said I would. It's my virtual computer here that I'm logged into is doing its best to keep up, but it's running all the wells. So it just, every time that you guys get a data push, it gets the data push for 330. Okay. Okay. All right. We're bringing that up. And everybody should be, when you finish, you'll notice over in your object tree, like I would do here once my poor virtual server gets caught up from that big data push. There we go. So this is a new feature here on there right here. Okay, and all I'm just trying to do is get it to bring on there. So while that last little bit of data is pushed, we'll be looking to figure out, and we'll have to wait for, of course, everybody to cross the finish line. So we may have to wait like another minute or so here. But once that's done, we'll be able to identify who actually took home the initial prize here. As soon as that data is done, also, Jeff Chris, who we'll be talking about at halftime, will be pumping all that information through Forecast to be able to determine who actually drilled that best-in-class well.
I think what's interesting is that there was the big blow up and everybody separated, but then right at the end, there were a lot of people that all came right back together. So, it looked like a lot of folks, if the robot's interpretation is right, got back on track and figured out where they were and kind of got it back in line. So,
yeah. Let's see here if I can, continue on there, Drew. I'm just,
I think that, it's definitely an interesting dynamic that everybody kind of finished right there together. And so I'll be curious to see some scores. I think that blow up probably, the folks that weathered that part the best are definitely the ones that I think are going to have the highest scores here, because for the most part, everybody stuck together, through the early part of the lateral. They came back together at the end, and then there's that one blow up spot. And so, we'll see what happens with everybody there, but definitely some outliers. I think the folks that maybe didn't show up that had the flat wellbore, it looks like they're still going to be able to at least complete all of the wellbore, which is interesting.
Okay. So, all right. So it looks like we're going to go into, just because there's a few people who are lagging behind, they had a couple of issues. We're actually going to go into halftime, and we'll announce the winner of the first round there at halftime. Though it does look like we have a few competitors who are neck and neck coming into it. Looks like the robot is just now finishing. So I think Melina, if you would, we could go ahead and just jump in, and we'll get that halftime show started. And we'll be talking to another one of our sponsors here.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jackie.
Hi.
Black, how are you doing?
Oh my gosh, I am running pretty high right now as player number 37. What?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yep. And yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Whoa, look at that. Go Gators.
Go Gators.
Yeah. Well, that's why you're the queen of geosteering, if you will. Mm-hmm. Now, I understand, Jackie, that you guys are having a lot of fun for this event, and that's why we love partnering with you. That's why you're our diamond sponsor. So what do you guys have going on there at GeoVision Central?
It's funny, everyone just walked out for halftime, but you can't see we have Chris, but we're kind of okay. So we know geosteering is not just geosteering, but drilling. It's 24/7.
Right.
It's a lot of pressure. No matter what your job is on a rig, it's super high pressure. And I just didn't want the Geosteering World Cup to be anything other than fun. Well, obviously, now that I'm winning, it's super serious. And yes, but sorry, I'm the first loser, as I was called in North America. But we're doing all these ridiculous things. So like every few minutes, we're doing something else. Someone has like monster gloves, and they're trying to steer with it, and we have a bunch of White Claws. You want to see our new koozies.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice. I like that.
Yeah, Moe's Hard Seltzer. Yeah, I expect to get a cease and desist for that pretty soon.
I mean, I love that jersey you're rocking there.
Oh, yes, yeah. So someone, Dylan Miner, told me that this was called Rise of the Machines. And you know what? We can either resist this, or we can make machines cute. We have one or the other. And so who embodies that more than BB-8, which happens to rhyme with GV-8, and we are the GeoVision Team 8. So.
that's
nice. I like it.
Was that Sarah there in the background that we just saw pop up?
Oh, yeah, Sarah. Did you want to? Oh, sorry. I should have gone the other direction. There's Sarah.
Yeah, and you guys are going through, if not a hurricane, at least the remnants of a tropical storm, right?
I know. I think it's me. Sorry to Gator Nation and everyone else, but like hurricanes love me. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we actually still don't have power at my house, so I'm glad we do here at the GV8 headquarters.
Hey, so I had jolly old Saint Nick drop off 3 presents in your yard for you yesterday. Did you find them?
What? Oh yeah, that was you. So I kind of live on the water, at least a bay, and I found 3 jellyfish in my yard. So that's how much the storm surge kind of came up.
Wow.
And just so everyone knows, it's not as nice as it sounds. I can see a super fun site from my house, so it's still Houston, still industry. But
now, Jackie, this is you. Obviously, you and I go way back.
Yes.
And but also you've been involved with Rogii and Starsteer, helping to sponsor our events for years now. And this year you're sponsoring not only the Geosteering World Cup, but also there's some hands coming in. I mean, it's an event, guys. Run through the background like you're at a football game.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I love it.
But you're also sponsoring Rogii Tech.
Yes, and we're very excited about that. She's actually a finalist a couple of years ago, Sam Tracy. Yep. She currently steers from New York, but she's going to come down for it. We're really excited about it. Actually, Sean, who's throwing marshmallows behind me, he is also presenting some of the stuff we've been doing with like GeoComplete and AI. So, Sean is actually I forgot what number he is, but we're calling ourselves the geosteering couple of the year because he was super high. Oh, he's number 6. So, yeah.
Oh man. All right. Well,
I love it. They're fishing down there and everything. You guys, I love that you guys are making this a whole event. This is great.
Oh yeah. Again, I don't want anyone to think we're not like a serious steering company. We are. But if this is a sport, then that means there's tailgating.
Heck
yeah. So that's
Absolutely
what we're doing, basically.
Maybe we should all get together for the next Gator Missouri game. Loser pays for everything.
Does Missouri have a football team?
Oh, we don't need to go there. We don't need to go there. Hey, I've already had a couple of shout outs from some Mizzou folks. All right, they've been texting or sending me chats. So
no, I hire so many people from Missouri. Like,
so we don't may not shout it from the rooftops like you Gators, but we're out there. So just watch out.
Hey,
are you trying to say Gators are loud?
Yeah, the few that I know.
Who? So Jackie and I actually went to school together, and we didn't know each other. But she said, "I recognized your loud voice when we first met here at Star Steer." So I might be the loud one in question here.
I swear, it's like I heard it in the hallway. Like, yeah, you should really do books on tape or something. Like,
God, how many people would just commit suicide?
No, we got this. We'd stay awake.
It'd be a bit. That's a little darker than we need to go right now. Yeah. So the information is coming in here, and it looks like most people have crossed the line.
Yay! Congrats, everyone.
At the same time, let's see. And Jeff Chris here is actually working on the forecast. Now, Jackie, obviously, being a sponsor, you don't just do it because we're fun, right? You don't just do it because you love us. That's part of it, but you also do it because
you're supposed to wait to see if she wins.
Oh, okay, but
these are feathers. That's feathers.
Is that from like the snowy owl?
Oh my gosh!
Steer the conventional well with that in your keyboard.
There you go, yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's all over my keyboard.
Oh no. So but you also do it because you guys are running one of the most successful geosteering service companies out there. So just real quick, tell us a little bit about the services you guys offer, the basins that you offer them in. What are your specialties?
Honestly, definitely Eagleford. I'm an Eagleford ops geologist. Sarah's an Eagleford ops geologist. But definitely Permian. Thank you, Permian, for keeping us as an industry together throughout 2015 to current day, for sure. Mm-hmm. Sam Tracy is a Utica expert. We also have a scoop stack expert. Sean is a Bakken guy. Chris Padilla here, he's our Niobrara, Colorado guy. He's also regularly drug tested. So it all works out. Oops. And so GeoVision, honestly, we're everywhere. And I'm really thankful for all of our customers too. All the operators who use us as, GeoVision steer my well for me, or GeoVision as a second opinion. I really do appreciate it.
It sounds like you guys have most of the major basins covered. Do you guys just offer remote steering services, or do you do on-site? It sounds like you do back steers as well, kind of hey, check my interpretation.
Yes, we did more and more back steers, and they'll probably come up as more and more of these like mergers and acquisitions happen as gas price stays above $5. Let's all jump around about that. But on-site, haven't had a lot of requests for it since COVID. I think they're trying to keep people off the rig site, which makes sense.
Right.
But when that happens, I always do try to train, people out in the field, so that way they get some experience geosteering. GeoVision personally, we always try to hire operations geologists But that leaves this gap where if we're not training mud loggers, we're not training new people in this industry, I feel like that is something where a service company has to step up and do that kind of training. So
Speaking of that training, actually, one thing that, I think me, you, and Dylan are all kind of working on, mainly you, though, talk a little bit about what's coming up for you guys at APG MidCon. You're doing a short course, yeah?
Yes, Dylan did not rope me into it at all. He very politely asked, but we're doing like a geosteering, like fundamentals, so if you know what geosteering is, but for maybe whatever reason, don't do it at your current company. It was going to be like Jackie's tips and tricks to geosteering the best. So, and it's funny that you asked this because on the last World Cup, Dylan called me out about thickness changes. And I have a whole section dedicated to when they're useful and how to use them effectively, because I didn't want to get called out again, mostly. But
Who me? So yes. Let's see here. So the actual, it looks like everybody's crossing. We're putting together our little championship thing there. Jackie, you'll be happy to know that your position held.
Yes, really? I'm the first loser?
You're currently in first loser, but Melina's going to put together the whole thing.
Excellent. That's so good. Oh, I'm so excited.
And this is only for the first round here.
I know.
I also got the robot. So the robot had an in-zone percentage of 64.7 and an average ROP of 42.9. If we could, I'm going to try to get this object tree here out of the way and full screen my star sphere. And Melina, could you go ahead? Let's see here. I just got to move some stuff around. Melina, if you want, you can go ahead and, oops, not quite yet. There we go. Melina, if you want, you can go ahead and share my screen.
Jackie, I think your team was trying to get a little advantage by feathering you there, because I think you're going to be a little distracted for this conventional well.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying so hard not to sneeze on this. There's 300 something participants. I'm keeping it together.
Yeah. And so one of the things that Jeff is doing is he had to space the wells to be able to show everything. So you can see how everybody's wells kind of got moved over here. Sorry about that. Busy day here, busy day at Central. With telemarketers trying to blow up my phone. Anyway, here, so when we look at this, we can see that I have the robot's interpretation and the actual answer interpretation turned on. So you can see the robot use the fake faults method for landing a well. Boo, but hey, it's a robot. I gotta kind of do what I can here. Additionally, though, you can see that there were two faults, one with a 13.4 foot throw and one with a 6 foot throw. Now, the key to this well, I'm sorry, Melina, can you push my screen share, please? I thought it was already up.
Oh, I was looking around trying to find it. Sorry.
See here, there we go. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So you see that the wells have been split up a little bit here, and that's just been done because for the forecast section, the wells need to be in different locations. We can't just drill the exact same well, but it's amazing once you guys see it all in forecast. And you can see that the dip or the structure that was presented by the robot was actually really similar to the actual answer. Now the robot didn't know how to do faults, and here's the fake faults. We can ignore those. Over here, we see that there actually was a 13.4 foot down throw fault that was crossed. And this is the first place where we really started to see differentiation. And then there was a second fault there. But the key to this, and I steered this yesterday, and then I called and yelled at the person who developed the model for making it so hard, but was I'm going to try to bring over here the actual answer key, or excuse me, the actual grid. And bear with me here. Okay, and we'll turn this grid on. Oh, actually, it looks like it's already on. There we go. Let's just make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, you can see the grid right here. And what this grid just did was actually predict a down dip after this fault. So it faulted down, and the grid was predicting a down dip coming down to here. But actually what happened is we had a dramatic up dip in inflection. And so that's where we saw all these people go out the base of it. Now the question is, how far did they go? Did they stay in an area where they were able to actually complete, or did they dig down into that carbonate? If they get down that carbonate, it's a double punishment. Your ROP gets crushed, but you also can't complete there. Okay. So let's see here. I'm just checking. So anyway, so this is it. So Jackie, when you were steering through this, obviously you did really well, right? Was there anything that you felt like, aha, I just nailed this? Was there anything that really crushed it for you?
Honestly, I did feel like landing was a big deal. Seeing those two, the two big dips in gamma, I was like, yes, I know I'm in zone. That just told it to me. It spoke to me for some reason. But I also think I happened to stay in a really good spot where I was getting a lot of good markers. You know, if you were to pull up my steer, for example, you wouldn't see a lot of flatline gamma. Like I happened to go up and down in the center almost every time. So it was just really lucky. I did really flex on everyone here. And I was like, oh, I don't know what the gamma looks like at the base because I didn't see it. So like, you know, I'm pretty much hated right now. But
well, that makes you the GeoVision Duvernay expert.
Yes. Oh, you know what? I'm so excited. Oh, great. I've always wanted to steer in Canada. And honestly, it's mostly because of Janelle. So, yeah. So they're actually calculating a few things right here. But I think that it's fair for me to show the leaderboard here. Okay. I have everyone written down here. So I'm excited to announce to my team. They're all hiding off the camera now. They're scared of you.
Jackie, after we get our scores, you're going to have to give us some insight on what you guys have planned for the conventional well around the office. What are, you guys have more games lined up, or what's the plan?
Dude, I think I'm going to make everyone eat. There might be too many White Claws here. So,
and
for
all
the
people who are drinking don't actually have work today, right? Like,
no, they do not. Absolutely not. Just so we're clear. The only person on our team is Sam, who has to go back to work. And honestly, we've been calling her our great hope. So we actually haven't let anyone bother her and just given her a ton of Red Bulls in New York and made her really do it.
Yeah. Well, and she's part of that original Geosteering Championship. She's an OGC, so OCG. So this is the leaderboard as it stands after the first round, right? So once again, obviously, the players are listed here, not necessarily the names, and that's done to protect the innocents or not so innocent. And you can see Jackie, as she's already acknowledged to us, that she's number 37, so she is right there at first loser, 0.6 of a point behind. But it's a tight race.
Oh man, that is a tight race.
Looking here, Jackie, you had an ROP just below 60, so the best ROP that we had for anybody was almost 65. And the in zone percentage, Jackie, that's where you pulled it up, 93.10% in zone. Yes. And so keep in mind, this is not the best in class. This is who is winning the Geosteering World Cup. We're actually calculating the best in class, and we'll be going through it. Now, just because you are winning the Geosteering World Cup does not necessarily mean that you'll be winning best in class, because it's a different thing. It's the most productive well versus the most in zone well. So we will be having it. It looks like we might be ready here. Okay. We got another minute while he gets everything set up for his display. So I apologize, guys, that we're running a little bit behind today. There was a couple competitors who had a couple issues at the beginning. We just had to wait for them to finish.
Oh, Sean, you're number 5?
74.
What?
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at the regional numbers here.
Okay.
So, I'm not going to shout anybody's name, but obviously right now you can see that 78, 37, 62, 38, and 74 are the top 5 for North America. In Latin America, 331 is set in the field, 189 and 143, 203 over in Asia, or Europe and Asia doing the same. And of course, 301 right there in the Middle East. And Middle East, Asia, Africa, and Oceania, because we have a lot of Australian users as well.
Oh, what time is it in Australia? Just curious.
Why you got to bring up a sore subject?
Oh, I'm sorry.
As some of you may know, I'll actually be teaching a intro to geosteering course for Australians at about 2 a.m. this morning.
Oh, you can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll do it. Just tomorrow might be a little bit rough. So,
all right, everyone, 7 a.m. calls to Dylan.
So Jackie, I asked this the same thing to William. So you're not just a geosteer, you're the owner of the company.
Yes.
So when you look at a competition like this, how much weight do you put on it as far as the actually judging the steerer, and what kind of awards do you have for people who win that you may be giving to yourself?
Oh, well, it's funny. Here in the office, I have a sash, a princess crown, and a scepter to give to myself. But just in general, we made these little fun trading cards too, which, I'd like we could talk more about. But to answer your first question on like the weight, I do think there's a lot more to geosteering, like someone who can communicate effectively these things, this, that, and the other. But, I really liked anyone who's honestly willing to do this. Like I said, like you're participating, whether you finish first or 50th or 100th, that doesn't mean as much to me as you're excited about it. You want to do it. This isn't just, I've been doing this for 10 years, whatever, right. You want to do it and you want to do it well. That means a lot to me.
Yeah. And so before we move into this, I understand that also you've been making some cards.
Oh yeah.
That's it looks like the one of the best ones just came out today. Let me drag that over here.
Oh yeah, this is my favorite. I'm not really good with face swap. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm like an old millennial, so.
Well, I appreciate you maybe a little bit younger, and you made my arms a little bit bigger. I feel like I've been working out.
Yeah, you also waxed your chest. It looks real good.
Well, I mean, that's just normal.
Oh, okay. All right. And so, I believe you. Sure.
Like this is just kind of part of the spirit of the game that we rock around here, and that obviously GeoVision embodies. And I understand that you're also going to be making a few cards for the champions. What, Rookie of the Year, Regional Champs, Global Champ?
Yes, I would love that. I'm actually really excited to find out who wins and who wins all these different things. I was going to have them made for, I don't know if anyone here is going to WTGS in Midland next week, but I'd love to start like trading them. It's funny, Chris here in the GeoVision, he's already our most popular card. So,
Well, speaking for myself only, if somebody comes up to me with one of these cards, I will absolutely autograph it, and it will be my first autograph of all time. So,
well then, okay. So a signed Dylan card. Maybe I'll do something like if you bring that to me, you get a free White Claw or something. So
for sure. And I have some good news. So we have the forecasting is completely ready. So if we could, let's go ahead and bring Jeff onto the stage. Jackie, I appreciate you very much. I know you want to go take care of some things, get some food in you before trying to bring this home here in round 2.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, sir?
Good. Thank you very much, Dylan. Just want to take the opportunity to say what an exciting first well. Great job, everyone. Hope you're all feeling a little more confident and ready to crush that second well.
Heck yeah.
I'm also looking forward to showing you guys the results here in forecast. All right, so here I am in forecast. We're connected to the Solo cloud, which lets us easily sync and push our 330 wells that you guys just drilled straight from StarSteer into forecast. So here we are in our main 3D window. It clearly displays your wells, and we'll see what your steering ability looks like here in just a short couple of minutes.
Now, I mean, so that's 330 wells. I just think about like if I was just trying to copy and paste, drag drops, and load data, like that'd be hours of work. How much time did it take from the time that everybody TD'd before all the data was available to you here in forecast?
Once the data was synced in Solo, once I opened forecast, it took probably literally 10 seconds to get this open and this view displayed.
Wow. Right. That's what we call efficiency. That's a time saver there.
Yeah, for sure. And in addition to the wells that we can see, I'm going to show you how to visualize our completion stages, fracture geometries, and geosteering interpretations. But before I do that, let's just flip over here to the gun barrel I just created. Now we have all 330 wells displayed.
Wow.
And we can actually see, we zoom in on our zones, like we have 5 main zones here that you guys should be familiar with. Now we're looking at the wells and where they are relative to the answer interpretation right now. All right, so the 5 main wells, we have our top of the Duvernay here, our model top, target top, and that's the real moneymaker there. So think back to your wells and try to figure out see if you can think back and figure out how well you did, because that's really going to pay off in the end.
Yeah, and so they all had an answer interpretation pushed to them. So if we zoom in a little bit, they should be pretty familiar with these gamma curves in these zones. And so, you can see that there's the actual target zone. That's where they're going to get their max production from their stages. We also then have the secondary zones where you get reduced, basically reduced production.
Reduced production and likely reduced ROP.
Right. And then, of course, if you're in that Duvernay carbonate or you're above the Duvernay, well, you're just out of zone and you can't complete there at all. And it's just lost well section.
Exactly. And ultimately, the more time you spend in these middle three zones, the faster you probably would have drilled, thus decreasing your total drilling cost. The more fracs you'll have and the more net profit you'll make. So again, if you spend any time in that target zone, we hope to see some good results for you. So you're asking, actually, let's just turn off these labels, and we can have a nice overview of. We had a lot of wells here in this main zone between the blue and the orange.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks not bad. And we have a bunch here that didn't show up.
Yep. Yeah. Non-competitors. It's always part of the game. But we're not going to charge, so it will always happen.
Exactly.
So if we wanted to look at these wells now, like in 3D, and see like where they are, and how they actually were laid out, could we do that?
Absolutely. Let's just flip back here to our main 3D window, and we can show all the interpretations at once here. This takes 2 seconds to render. And with 330 wells on it's pretty quick. So let's just have a look at our cross-sectional view here. Let me rotate the camera so we can have a look. A little too far.
There we go. And so what we're actually looking at, that's the answer key horizons, right? Like the true geology.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we see that there's that bed up top, and those are obviously wells that weren't actually steered. But if we tip it down a little bit, we'll actually be able to look right between those layers. You'll be able to see like how those wells were actually steered and positioned.
Yeah, we could see how these wells cross into our main target zone here, crossing the blue boundary, and spending quite a bit of time in our main zone.
Yep. Yeah, people actually reacted pretty well. Actually, no, I was going to say that definitely knocked some people out when they hit that first fault, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And we can see the skinny zone. You can still complete in here between the orange and the black. But once you cross below that, you're not going to have any zones completed here.
Okay. And so that's you're all the way out. Okay, I got it. Cool.
Exactly. And so we can see where these wells were placed relative to the interpretation. And now what we have to do is visualize our completion stages and fractures in this 3D view. So the way I've done that is I've used Forecast's built-in completions planner tool. We know we can start completing at a certain horizon, which is our model top here. We're basing it on the answer interp, and we're skipping the zones we know that we can't complete in. We've set some parameters, planning 50 to 60 stages with an average length of 40 to 70 meters. So that's what we see. When we zoom in, we can see our plug depths here. So we're completing between those plugs. Now, in order to visualize this, we have to create a fracture geometry, and that's just setting some boundaries for these ellipses. So I have 45 meters left and right, and 25 meters up and down. All right, and in order to visualize that, let me just hide our interpretations. Spin the camera a little bit here, and let's turn on our fractures.
And so it's creating those for all 330 wells, even the wells that actually weren't drilled. So it's a massive amount of data that's being run here.
Absolutely. All right, now the other thing I was able to do here in Forecast was extract some data from the existing logs in our project. So we have an ROP log. If you'll notice in the gun barrel, I had colored those dots by average ROP per well. And I did the same thing for zone logs. I created some zone logs in StarSteer. And what a zone log is it's just assigning a value, a whole number value to each stage. So I know that our main target zone is stage 3. We can actually go ahead and visualize where our wells were placed here if I turn on our color by property function. So if I select zone log per stage, color by property, let it render, and we'll see what these wells look like. Now,
So,
it's probably
tell me
best
what
to use
these
a
colors-
discrete log here.
Tell me what these colors mean.
So essentially, the zone log works. It assigns values starting at 1 from the bottom horizon and working its way up.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if we can let this color change here, zoom out.
So and essentially, you're coloring the wellbores and the stages by what zone they're in at this point, right?
Exactly. I just change my scale here to discrete. There we go. Now these colors are representing which zone we're in. But I mean, we already kind of saw that looking in the cross-sectional view of the interpretations as well. All right.
So, it's so impressive that 330 wells, and we're 15 minutes away from having those all TD'd, and we're already looking at some of this data, comparing it to completions and stages, and this is pretty cool.
Exactly, and we can also point out that these wells were either too high or too low. They didn't get any completions in this zone here.
Okay.
Right, in these blank spots. I mean, so that's great. We can visualize our fractures, our stages, and their position relative to the horizons. But now, Dylan, the question becomes, how much did we spend to drill it? How much did we spend to complete? What was our production? And the main thing you're all interested in is what was our overall net profit on these wells?
And who is the best-in-class economics winner who's going to take home that Dylan Miner Memorial Trophy? That's what I want to know.
Exactly. And I mean, there were a couple of constants for this equation. We know that it costs $700,000 to drill your build.
Right.
Your drill time is calculated by completed length divided by your average ROP. And your lateral drill cost is a constant value of $50,000 multiplied by your drill time. So that's really where your average ROP comes into play. So those of you who are just steering, if you had good ROP, let's see, maybe that's going to pay off here in the end for you. We already mentioned that your best zone completes 4,000 barrels per stage, and your secondary zones above and below complete or give you a return of 2,500 barrels. And we're looking at a 5-year EUR here. And this is all based on the price of a barrel of Western Canadian Select at $59 US.
50. Okay. All right.
All right.
So very realistic. Okay.
Yeah. So with that in place, having said all this, I've gone ahead and run these analytics behind the scenes with our built-in orange connection. So Dylan, without further ado, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will win the coveted Dylan Miner Memorial Trophy? So let's take a look here at forecast built-in scatter plot, and we'll have a look at our economic results and see who was most profitable.
I am
all right. I'm just going to change the. So I got all the wells here.
Man, it looks like it was a pretty tight race at the top there. That's really interesting.
So right now I have it plotted total number of stages completed on the Y and net profit here on the X. And we can see somebody over here on the right-hand side, reset itself, is the big winner of the Dylan Miner Memorial Trophy. All right, Dylan?
Yeah, there's a clear winner. They're in there.
We have a winner, and that winner is, drum roll please. Player number
78.
78.
And because they're a winner, we get to say their name out loud. That is Michael Rhea from Continental Resources, Oklahoma.
Nice.
Congratulations, Michael.
There you go, man. Congratulations. That's you.
That's me. I love it.
Well, congratulations, sir. I apologize that I might have just pronounced your name incorrectly, but congratulations on bringing that home. It's going to be an awesome trophy. When I'm up there, we're definitely going to have to stop by and get a picture of us holding that. That'll be great.
He had 54 stages completed, just over 2,700 meters of completed length, and a net profit of $5.19 million.
Wow, that's awesome.
So very good job there, Michael.
Hey, it sounds like what we need is a little. I think somebody up at Continental needs a raise.
Oh, he must have soon be a fellow SEC. It must be an OU or UT guy.
I bet it's OU right there in OKC. Well, congratulations, fellow SEC brother. That's super exciting, Jeff. That was a lot of work, and I appreciate you setting everything up and bringing it through. Now, if we go back and we look at all those wells in that 3D view, and as we zoom out, it looks like there's a huge section. I mean, so what's the spacing look like here? I guess is a first question. It was what, like 100 meters?
It's a good question. I'm not too sure off the top of my head. Now we can investigate this.
Okay.
Let's just go into our gun barrel. We do have a ruler tool that exists here. So let's just see what these wells are. Here's our ruler. I'm not sure why there's a question mark. Oh, too short overlapping. All right, well, we'll do this one.
So what's that spacing look like? And so this is one of those cool things. This is that new ruler tool that's in here, right? And so it looks like we're what, right about 100 meters. Okay, which that's a pretty tight spacing, right?
We can see it here on the scale. The ruler is not giving us a readout, but that's 100 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's some super tight spacing. Obviously, we probably don't want to do that. That's probably going to cause us all kinds of problems. But for the Geosteering World Cup, it's fine. Now, going out here and looking at everything, if they wanted to, going back to that 3D view and like looking at that big open section that still needs to be infilled, right?
Right.
Could they take all this data, once they get all the summary completions data and have this brought in, the production data, could they use this then for future wells as we try to infill, zoom out a little bit further so we can see that needed infill area there, Jeff? There you go. So we can see we need to infill that. How would forecast be useful for that?
Absolutely. Well, we can really take any data that exists in this project, including well spacing. We can calculate well spacing right here in forecast. And any data that exists, you can add as a variable into a machine learning predictive model. And I mean, if we're trying to predict 12-month production, that can be your target variable. And you can throw 5, 6, 7 variables in there to help predict that 12-month production.
Gotcha. So that's awesome. Now, as we get ready to move on to the next thing here, Drew, is there something, as you're seeing all this data, could you see how this might kind of be something you could use in your own personal workflow?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the really cool part of this is not only being able to take all of this, a large data set like this and look at, start to predict production and all kinds of things like that. But a lot of these horizontal plays we're in right now, we're in the infill stage, right? A lot of the parent wells have been drilled and we're looking back and going and trying to do a lot of infill planning and infill development now. And that's where I really think something like this is going to become a really useful tool, because you have a bunch of wells that have been drilled already. You can look at where they're targeting and what the production was on those wells. Now you can start to plan your wells. You go in and you plan a well in a zone, and you get and forecast is going to give you some idea of what your production could be, and you can start looking at well interference if you have some idea of the geomechanics of the rocks and frac links and all that stuff, right? So this is a great tool. You take a few more little data sets and you kind of lump it all together, and you've got a really great tool to be able to start doing some really, really robust infill planning, I think. Cool.
I think that's it. So Jeff, I appreciate you very much here. I think it's time to kind of start to bring the halftime here to a close, because we're already running a little bit behind schedule, but we appreciate everything you did and helping us pick out that best in class winner.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Cool. Cool. All right. So it looks like we have everything pretty much ready. I'm just checking with some people here in the background. So it looks like we're just about ready to begin pushing data for the second round to get us going here.
That's exciting. I think this is going to be a pretty close race based on what we've seen from the unconventional well. I really think that, you know, like you mentioned, there's still a chance for those folks that can maybe got a little out of zone or a little off target to come back. But it sounds like Jackie's doing pretty well, and she's been pretty strong. So we'll see. This can be her year.
So it looks like everything's set up. Melina, do you want to go ahead and push that video? And we'll start the countdown to round 2. Very cool. Okay, so it looks like we can switch over to my screen here, and we'll see that this is going to be your conventional well. Okay, and the data should be now getting pushed, I believe. Can I get a confirmation? Is the data pushing for the conventional? Anybody? Okay, so it looks like we're getting ready to do it now. Okay, so the conventional data should be getting pushed here in just a few seconds, it looks like. So with the conventional, I'm still I'm putting together all the information. This being a conventional, it's a little bit more, at least there's more tools. I'm not going to say it's more complex, but there's more tools. And so we're going to have density, we'll have azimuthal gamma, and we obviously have multiple type logs. We have our grids, and we also have resistivity. And so, of course, resistivity needs to be displayed in log scale. And of course, it is also just in log scale here. So as we look through this, we can see that the robot is already set and going. I'm hoping that I need a grid to be brought into my data manager, into my virtual project here, so we can extend this out appropriately. But when you look at this, you can see that you have your well plan, and it's showing a particular structure. And that structure, once again, may or may not prove to be accurate. But the key thing with this is going to be looking at both your gamma curve, your azimuthal gamma, but also that density. Because as we look over here into the type well, let's turn that top set on. You can see that this density curve that I have right here, like it actually, right at the base of your zone, it spikes, right? And so this is a really strong indicator that you're going to be out the bottom.
So are the competitors getting all of the porosity and resistivity data as well?
Yeah, for sure. And so this has actually multiple models that it's running through. So it's going to be getting gamma, azimuthal gamma, shallow, medium, and deep resistivity. And let's go ahead and make sure we put that into log scale. Using the log scale right there, and density. So we're using a pretty powerful tool downhole.
Yeah, that's interesting. This should be we'll see. I don't know. It could be easier, or it could trip some people up having this many data sources, kind of pulling them in different directions. So it'll be really interesting.
Yeah, and it's something that here in the States, a lot of times we just use total gamma, right? We don't use all the other information because we don't need to, right? We're in the infill environment, and we're just going for maximum efficiency. But in areas like we're seeing here, and let me go ahead and turn everybody on. I wanted to get things set up before I did it, but we can do it now. Where you have all this other data, and what was explained to me is it's not just that, like in a conventional world, they like to spend lots of money and that they have really good salesmen selling them all kinds of tools, though I'm sure that's part of it. It's that they need resistivity to be able to determine not just where they are within the zone, but where they are in relation to that oil water contact or any other hazards that are out there. So in this case, you're just using shallow, medium, and deep, but obviously with StarSteer, you could do full resistivity inversion, right? Like you can you can see the entire zone with that.
Right. Yeah. I didn't realize that StarSteer had the capabilities for the full inversion. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a bolt-on, similar to the assisted geosteering, and it's
Right.
not something obviously that everybody needs, but for those who do need it, it's a powerful tool.
That's awesome. I think it's interesting. Jackie brought up a good point earlier, talking about $5 gas. I mean, the prices over the last few weeks of oil and gas have been obviously something that's been interesting to watch and track. I mean, natural gas today is up to almost $5.50, and oil's at $72.50. I mean, these are prices we haven't seen in years, and so I think there's a bit of a real positive vibe right now over these last few weeks for sure. Companies getting really excited about these prices and layering on some hedges and planning some development. So hopefully this this Geosteering World Cup is the kickoff to a lot of activity and a lot of people getting back in it that maybe aren't and that are out trying to get their foot back in the door in the industry. I think it's a really, really cool time, really fun time. A lot of exciting things happening. I mean, I know she had mentioned they're doing a lot of backsteers for mergers and acquisitions, and I think that's probably going to continue in the industry. But I think that these prices are definitely going to drive a fair bit of activity.
Absolutely. I mean, and we just had somebody from Oklahoma bring in that best-in-class trophy. And, it's been awful quiet driving through the scoop, merge, and stack for about the last year. But now I was up having dinner up at Vast at the top of Devon Tower, and you can start to see those rigs starting to light up there. So what is, with you primarily working in Oklahoma, how are you seeing what's going on in Oklahoma right now, and also what might be going on in Oklahoma going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Oklahoma is kind of a microcosm of everything else. Obviously, the Permian Delaware has been kind of steady Eddie throughout everything from 2016 until now. I mean, obviously that's, rigs dropped, but not to the same degree that other basins did. But the really interesting thing in Oklahoma is, the rig counts are really starting to pick up now. So just in the, in kind of that scoop merge area over the last, 30 to 60 to 90 days, you've gone from somewhere in the, 3 to 5 to maybe 7 rig range up to, 15, 16, 20 rigs now. So there's definitely more activity. I think, the Anadarko Basin in general is pretty gassy. So obviously a higher gas price helps support that. But, 72.50 oil's going to drive a lot of folks out of the Permian. You look at the Eagleford, the Bakken, there's a lot of places that you can go and put money to work and actually make really good economics, which, is kind of the name of the game, right? Maybe not in the past, it's been kind of a growth model, but now it's definitely turning into almost more of a yield thing where, investors are really wanting to get some of their returns back. And I think that with these prices, there's definitely places to go put money to work to be able to do that. So. Oh, you're muted, Dylan. There you go.
Rookie mistake right there. Not rookie of the year either, just rookie mistake. Definitely, I've been on some rigs down there in the scoop stack and just seen some major flares going. And so we were down at we had a clay shoot actually down in the Permian the other day. And as we were going out to the clay site, we saw some massive flares and we just shook our heads because they were just burning money. It's good to see gas back where it belongs. And it was told to me yesterday that in Europe, gas prices are 4 times higher than they are in the U.S.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep, yeah. So it's pretty wild. Cool. I got my grid added in here. I'm gonna add this in. And the other thing I kind of think that's interesting. So like I said, we're on 6 different continents here, right? In dozens of countries. I think it was like 40, 50 countries last year were represented, and at the same time, we're all working together in a single space, right? Like. That, to me, this is kind of, it's fairly amazing. And you see, I just turned the grid on and I'm going to extend those horizons on. But if 2020 has taught us anything, it's that, maybe we don't all have to be working in the same office, right? Like those beautiful skyscrapers in downtown Houston, like, are they a good ROI is that a good return on investment for the investors?
I think that's something that big companies are going to have to start looking at, or not even are going to have to. They have, right? I mean, there are a fair bit of folks that that are still working from home and probably will continue. I mean, I have a couple of friends who work for companies that basically close their office for good, and they all work remote because through Teams, through collaboration spaces, StarSteer, how any of these things, you can work from home, but you're still working like you're in the office, right? And this isn't a new concept. I mean, I know people that have worked from home for the last 10 years, and so, but for the oil and gas industry, it is. We're obviously big on collaboration and big on being in the room and having conversations. And I absolutely think there's a place for that, where you need to be, you got to be in the room to be able to collaborate to some degree, be able to, throw stuff up on a whiteboard and sit down and kind of cuss and discuss and talk about it. But, the flip side of that is that with technology where it's at today, that you don't always have to be in the office, right? So whether it's a couple of days in the office and then a couple of days at home, and maybe your office, your company is just sharing an office space with somebody else, and you're cutting down that overhead, or you're sharing an office with somebody else and you have like an A/B schedule or something, right? And your company is able to cut down on its office space. I mean, I think that the commercial real estate side of things is probably taking a huge hit from what happened in 2020, and probably will continue to, because a lot of people realize now that their workforce can work from home. And so this is a great example of that, right? We've got 330 people from all over the world geosteering a well. Everybody's working in the same program at the same time, coming up with pretty similar answers, and doing it from all over the world. And so I think this is just kind of a shout out to that, basically, that capability of being able to do that. So it's really interesting. I think that there's definitely some yet to be determined factors for that going forward, but I definitely think working from home for a lot of folks is probably, if they choose to do that, is probably something they're gonna be able to do. So it's really interesting. It looks like we've gotten landed. We've got past the start point. There's a couple of one blowout there that went through all the way through the base, but for the most part, everybody is in zone.
Yep.
And humming along. So,
and as we start to look, you can see the leaderboard just updated here. And we got some, obviously, as you do at the very beginning, we got some really high scores. One of the things that I'll bring everybody's attention to is you do have an ROP log, right? There is an ROP log that's part of the type well that you guys should have over there. So you can kind of see where the higher ROP is, right? And keep in mind, the best in class award, that was just for the unconventional. So at this point, we're battling for the Geosteering World Cup. The only things that really matter are going to be that you stay in zone and that you maximize ROP. So as we look in here in the zone, we can see that we're actually the highest ROP that is in zone is in that lower portion of the zone. We also have that really high density. Obviously, you get an ROP drop. You can also see it in resistivity here, information, and gamma. So you'll be able to see when you go out the base versus going out the top. So this is obviously a lot better or a lot easier than some of the unconventionals that we drill, where you have cyclothems, where everything looks kind of the same above you and below you. It's going to be hard to get lost here, but it's to be able to maximize it. It looks to me like that best drilling is going to be right there, right? It just in the what's it? That's going to be a TVT. Looks like the best drilling is probably going to be right around there at TVT 1376. So as we'll be coming in here, that's what we'll be looking for. At the same time, I'm going to go ahead and bring in, looks like I forgot to bring in one of the important pieces of data here. So we'll bring in the row B and that. So Drew, have you ever drilled anything where you used any of these more advanced tools?
I have actually, yeah. So I mean, azimuthal gamma ray, for sure, we've used that a ton. We use it in the Woodford quite a bit, actually, and drilling Mississippian wells, things like that. But one of the more fun tools I've gotten to use is a full like resistivity inversion. You're basically creating a full resistivity model along the wellbore, and we were drilling a formation that very similar to almost like a conventional setup, even though it was more of a silty shale, but above it and below it were marine shales that you hit those, and basically that's the end of the well, right? And so staying in that zone is very important. And so having that resistivity inversion where, you can see 20 feet above and below you, away from your wellbore, so you kind of know what's coming well before you get there. It really made it easy is not the right term probably, because all wells have their difficulties, but it was definitely a whole other level of detail that we were able to get and focus on and stay in section. So it was really cool.
Interesting. Yeah, it's we used it once down actually in the Woodford. Actually, no, it was actually chasing the black marker there in the Caney.
Yep.
I keep thinking about what was that when we were working together. There was that really thin channel sand that was the nightmare to steer, with shales above and below it.
Probably like the Tonka or the Skinner.
Yeah, that Tonka, that was always a real rough. That was always a nightmare. What we'd actually like to do now, we actually I interviewed yesterday because obviously this conventional well is actually happening in China, is a well that's in a basin in China, in the Jihu basin. And that's an area that I have zero experience. In fact, I don't really know much of anything about oil and gas in China. So we have a little video where he's going to introduce it that we can watch as we're going ahead and steering this. Melina, if you would go ahead and crank that video. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Geosteering World Cup coming up on round 2. As you guys all know from looking over the program, round 2 is going to be in the Jisu subbasin of China, an area that I don't think many of us know too much about the geology about, nor anything about the oil and gas. So we brought in somebody with some experience in the area. We have James Liu here. James, how are you doing?
Hi, Dylan. I'm doing well. Thank you.
And James is actually, you're currently right in Alaska, right?
Anchorage, Alaska. Yes.
Perfect. Well, what we were hoping you could do, James, is just kind of tell us a little bit about the history of oil and gas in China, some of the major players, and just kind of give those of us who've been pretty much in North America most of our career a little bit of a feeling for what's going on over there. So if we were to think about oil and gas as it's evolved in the Chinese area, how long have they been drilling over there?
They've been drilling almost as long as we have here in the West. Certainly in the 50s and the 60s, Chinese went into a closed door policy. So there's not a whole lot known about their activities, but now we're starting to understand that they're striving for, energy independence. There's a lot of investment that the Chinese have done in various parts of the world, including right here in the U.S. You'll find that their investment include even the Permian Basin, the things that we've seen up in Marcellus, and of course now I'm in the ERD business, and some of the longest wells are drilled in China.
Really?
Both land and offshore.
Okay. And then as far as in North America, we have the Duvernay, which everybody just got through drilling. But we also, we have the Permian, we have the Marcellus, we have the Bakken. Those are kind of the super basins that we have in the North American area. What are the big super basins that have been either traditionally targeted or currently targeted over there?
Well, the currently target big ones everybody should know is unconventional in the Sichuan Chengdu area. It's if you look at a map of China and the different plays, that you'll find that it mirrors the U.S. land quite well. They have up in the northwest in the Karamaya area, and that's an area that's been drilled for the last 100 years. Originally, it was kind of kicked off by the help of the Russians. And
of course, it's the Russians, right? Everywhere.
Yeah. So, yeah. And then Sichuan, there's currently a very big unconventional play, which is right in the middle, slightly south of China. And now, as you guys are seeing in the Jihu Basin, and that's in the eastern area. There's some smaller ones as well as offshore, in both south straits and also along the eastern coast of China.
And so as they start to move, I guess, further and further into the unconventional space, what are the tool setups right there? So often here, at least in the States, we're using just total gamma. We're steering almost completely off E-logs with maybe some mud logs to supplement. Is that the kind of the case over there, or are they using different tools?
Certainly, it kind of goes both ways. We feel like when people use gamma, it's because they want to go to cheapest way, or that they've already invested a lot of money and now they can afford to just use gamma to help them stay in the zone. And I don't have to tell you guys this. One of the service companies is Schlumberger that's got a very big footprint in China, and they bring in quite a bit of technology with them. The Chinese clients, in my experience, are very welcoming for technology. They if you have something that they believe is worthwhile, they will do extensive trials and reviews, and the market rates or higher can go. It can be acquired for technology, and if you are to bring in expertise, they don't work so well with consultants just for the expertise. But if there's training and guidance involved, again, very, very welcoming for training opportunities, any sort of paper, the stuff that you guys are doing will work really well in China. I think, they'll roll out the red carpet for this World Cup, Rogii, big keynote. And it's something you should really consider.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and my goal has always been to get we have 6 of the 7 continents. I want all 7 continents, but I'd like to I could see 500 to 1,000 people in this next year, if things continue to grow the way they are. So thinking about the way that the different organizations are set up over there. So here in the States, we have our super majors, but we also have mid majors, and we have everything down to like the small operators and service companies. And of course, everything's independent, and in full competition with each other. Obviously, there's a different political system over there. How do these oil companies, how is it all laid out?
And that's an interesting, that's a good question, and it's an interesting structure. So obviously, we know China to have a number of their NOCs, right? The national companies, whether it's PetroChina, Sinopec, CNOOC. I believe there's 5 of them, but you can go and work for one, but oftentimes people from outside of the umbrella will come in as a subcontractor. So even though everything is fairly government owned, there's a number of different departments. So I've done work there, through the local directional company. In fact, Schlumberger, as a directional company, will go and be a subcontractor. So generally, everything is worked through the national chains, and then they'll bring in consultants, technology as subcontractors, and it's a whole lot more performance related on the pricing as opposed to, say, a day rate based pricing that we see in most of the world. Right. But so I could work through a rig contractor, I could work through a directional contractor, and or a mud logging company that all work for the same department. So it could be a sort of a mine landscape that who you work for may not be who you want to be working for if a different department would be better suited for your business.
So there's still a political component to it at all times.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so, one of the things being a geologist and being a geosteerer, I think one of the reasons a lot of us get into it, obviously it's the money, but the other part of it is being a geologist. Geology is everywhere, right? We get to, like, my research area was Antarctica for grad school, right? So you get to travel, you get to see some incredible things. And in geosteering, you tend to be pretty flexible, right? Like the skills that we learn in one region are often translatable. You still need to get experience in the new basin, but they're translatable. And that gives us the opportunity to go and work abroad. As an expat who's had some experience working abroad, For anybody else who's watching this and has interest in maybe going over there and doing some work, but without having to go to work for the Blue Army, the Schlumberger Army, right? Would you have any advice about how they might be able to go across that, and also like how that might financially pay compared to like some of the other regions?
That's an interesting question, and certainly for geologists or a geosteering group, and as of late, China has opened up a bit more. They have partners that come in and work with them on discoveries. So companies like Shell, Chevron. Shell actually did a batch of drilling with their automation program. Again, technology that China is very interested in, and they've drilled probably 60 plus wells together. And companies like Anadarko or Noble, and they all they've all done work in China. So those companies will certainly bring you in. And like a lot of places, if you are looking to work, it would be really helpful to have local contacts and agents. Even with the knowledge sharing or the technology that we want to bring in, I think having some local presence would really help. And that's not just for China. Places like Indonesia, Malaysia, they all look for local presence, and then you have like this ecosystem of body shops, agents that kind of work through that as your contact that will bring you in. I would say there's certainly always a struggle, like the likes of Schlumberger, the way they write up contracts, and in China they tend to award more performance-based contracts than day rate based. So be ready to talk package deals,
right?
How much per well as opposed to how many days, and just work in the contingency plans. That's what I've had to do as a consultant. That I went from a day rate model to a per well based model, and it's worked out okay, but it's certainly it kind of changes sometimes the performance aspect, where they become it becomes a little bit of a liability that, hey, we want to hold on to your technology versus how do we best use your technology. It's something to get your head wrapped around when you're working with other national companies.
Well, so very cool. So it sounds like if you want to get over there, it's really hard to go just as an individual, and you're better served to try to tie in with an organization that already has those contacts, already has kind of the boots on the ground over there to be able to come in. So it's very interesting, James. We absolutely appreciate you taking some time to sit down here with us and kind of inform the entire Geosteering World Cup audience on an area that we probably don't have appropriate levels of information on. So thank you very much, James. And hopefully next year we'll see you in the Geosteering World Cup.
Well, I look forward to being there.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Have a good one. Thank you very much.
Bye now.
Yeah, so that was really interesting. It's one of the things I've always liked about geology as a general kind of discipline is the freedom to travel. Like my graduate work was in Antarctica. We did field camp in Arizona. My thesis advisor, he basically would just pick where he wanted to go visit, and that's where his next research would be. He spent a lot of time in the wine country of France. So being able to go somewhere and do other things, like Tulsa's wonderful. I love it. But like, it'd be great if you could be like, all right, I'm going to go spend some time in Alaska. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, my thesis work was in Wyoming. That's where my field camp was at. I go back there every summer for Mizzou and teach at their field camp now in the summers. So, but outside of that, I mean, I've done South Carolina and Florida and California and Utah. I mean, I've gotten to see a lot of the country, even just talking about North America, just because of geology, right? And I think that's one of the draws for me to the geology was like, wait, I'm gonna get to go camping and hiking, and look at rocks, and I get a grade for this, and I can potentially get paid for it later. Like, okay, that's a pretty good deal. Let's do it.
Absolutely. It's I don't know, and I quite frankly, I think we're the cool scientists, right? Like, like engineers are they're the engineers, and a lot of the other professions, like, you don't get to go anywhere, right? So it's kind of biologists and us. And,
yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's and I have both degrees, right? So I did the zoology and geology, and sometimes it's a little bit more fun to be in zoo because your samples try to get away from you. I think geology, it's a little bit more consistent because our rocks tend to hold still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard real quick, because we are drilling. We're about halfway through our conventional well. There we go. And so you can see that player number 15 is holding the lead for we just updated a little bit, but 15 and 4, both from the North American region, are crushing it right now. We can see a lot of people have managed to stay in zone for the majority of the well. However, what we'll actually see here is the ROPs will start to differentiate people as we move on. So if we were to come over here and take a look at the actual regional areas, we can see how the different numbers are popping out. It's obviously it's real hard to win both wells. That's why it was so impressive what Anton did last year. Anton Zyatkin, Geosteering World Cup champion for 2020. So we'll be able to see, one, are we going to get a repeat of what we saw in the unconventional? But secondly, are we going to get some repeat champions from the different regions? So it'll be really exciting to see how that goes. Now, Drew, we talked about traveling, and one of the things about being away from the office, whether it's remote work or real remote work where we're, potentially in another country on a beach or in a cave or whatever, is we still have to be able to touch base with the people who are on the rig and drilling the well. And so I know that you guys make use of Solo both at your current organization and your previous one. How do you use the Starlight app to be able to kind of stay in the loop when you're not necessarily at your desk?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and we use this now. I mean, the big thing for us is, at a smaller private company all the way up to super majors, you've got the folks that are kind of the quote unquote boots on the ground, right, that are steering the wells. But there are still people within the organization outside of that want and need to be tied into what's going on, right? And so, looking at Starlight, it's one of those things that you can have your operations geologist or geosteerer. They're the ones that have the main license. They've got it pulled down. They are actively geosteering the well, and then anybody else in the organization can come into Starlight and say, everybody from the CEO all the way down to anybody else that has access. You can give anybody access, and they can come in and on a real-time basis see where that well is at and have an understanding of what's going on. And it adds some just transparency to the whole process, right? Where back in the day it was you would get a report twice a day from your geosteerer, once in the morning and once at night. And that's kind of all you saw, right? Unless you went and talked to them or called them up. And now at any point in the day, you can go in and look at that and see what's going on, see the decisions that are being made, and see, where your well is at. And so I think it's a very powerful tool that allows for, just better communication throughout the whole organization, right? From top to bottom. And then also some transparency for what's going on in the process. So.
Yeah, and that traditional thing of like getting a report first thing in the morning and one like at the end of the day, I mean, that was fine when we were doing granite wash wells at 8 foot an hour.
Right.
But at modern rates, it's I'm going to go as far as to say it's ridiculous, right? Yeah. Like the report that you sent out that in the morning is out of date by the time your second cup of coffee's in you. Right. Yep. So what we really need is people to be tied into the real time so that we can make decisions when they need to be made, not hours later. And so that's always been one of the powers of Solo as generally, but also in Starlight, because the app's on your phone. Anybody with a web browser can get to it. This is just a web browser right here. But we are adding, and it's not quite out yet. It'll be out I think in about a month, but we're adding a brand new, incredibly cool tool. So this new tool is called Starlight Rewind. And what this allows you to do is to actually crank through an entire well as it developed organically, because everybody can show up at 8 a.m. the next day and Monday morning quarterback you, right? They weren't there. They don't know what the limitations of the data were. Well, now they do. So in Starlight, and it may end up looking a little bit different, but you see there's a little play thing right there. And when I look at this here, what I actually have done, these are all the different data pushes. So this is Michael, I apologize if I get your name wrong, Michael Ree from Continental Resources, who just won the Dylan Miner Best in Class trophy. This is his well from the unconventional that he just drilled. So when he started the well, this was the data that he had right here. So what you can see is I have all the different data pushes. I could go to any particular time, or I could just hit play and it will organically go through this. So it's going to show not just the data coming in, but it's going to show how he moved his target line around. It's going to show how he interpreted the well.
No, I think this is great because you're right. You come in on a Monday morning after a weekend and you have, let's say, the entire well drilled, right? Well, it's really easy to go back after you see the answer and kind of nitpick, the decisions that were made. Everybody's been in that meeting, right? I've been in that meeting. Everybody's had to do that. And on both sides of the table too, right? I mean, I've come in and talked to the operations geologist and said, well, why, what we're just not in a bad way, just what were you thinking when you made this decision, right? And now what this tool allows is it allows you to go back and say, okay, at this point in the well with this data, this is what I thought was going on, right? And this is why. And you don't have the data, past that, so you don't know, right? So then everybody kind of gets to sit down and really kind of put their geosteering hat on a little bit and think about it, right? So it's definitely easier to come in and Monday morning quarterback it after the fact. And like I said, everybody's been guilty of that at some point or another, but this makes it a little more realistic, I think. And not only that, but I think it'll help you and everybody really learn why these decisions are made at these different points. So I think it's a pretty powerful tool.
Yeah, I just see it as like, if I was a service company, this is part of my deliverable, right? This is what I give my operator that lets them go through and be like, no, I wasn't just sitting there watching the MC Universe all night. Right? Like, I was actively steering. I was looking at all these different interpretations. And so, you got that going on, and you also have, and this record gets kept, right? So we're all hoping to continue to progress in our careers and move up. And so the people who are geosteering now, they're not going to be the people who are geosteering in 2 years, maybe when we come back and we drill the well next door to this, right? So they can come to this and kind of say like, all right, what happened last time? In a way that just looking at a back drill just doesn't do. All right, so I see
is this actively at each one of these data points, because I can see the formations kind of bending and moving as well. It's actually showing where Michael was placing this interpretation and kind of his thoughts as he was going through this well, correct?
Yeah, it's a little creepy, but I think we just crawled up in Michael's head here, and we're seeing what was going on. And so, to me, I love this quite a bit. I'm a huge fan of this, and it really is mostly just because it lets you see every step. So the way that Solo works is every time that you make a change, whether it be bringing in new data or changing your interpretation or even just moving your target line, that is saved as a revision. And so what this really is, it's like the old cartoon flip books that we made when we were in kindergarten, right? And so you're just flipping through there. But we could also say, well, let's go back and say, I wanted to look at a particular time. Let's go back, or a particular survey. So I can click right there. You can see the time is being listed. This is the time right here. I can come back and be like, okay, so that was at 4:15 on September 15th, right? So boom, click on there, and this is where it was. I can go here and be like, okay, well, what about then, right? I can go through and choose any particular spot or hit play. So to me, this is a major improvement in Starlight, right? This is something that nobody has ever had anywhere.
No, yeah, it's great.
Game changer.
Yes, yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, I think this just allows for, everybody likes to do those post-well assessments, right? Post-mortem assessments, whatever you want to call it. And instead of just having your operations geologist walk in and lay it down a piece of paper or have a slide, that just has the finished well bore. Well, now that D-wire, that post-well, post-mortem, whatever you want to call it, you have a slide that actually shows the video. And you can say, this is what I was thinking at this time, and this is why. And you step through the well bore and you bring everybody along for the ride, so to speak, right? And so everybody then starts to understand, where their strengths and weaknesses are as a company and as an operations team or whatever, and you can start, fixing some of that stuff or leaning on some of the stuff that you're better at, right? So,
yeah, it goes back to what we were saying earlier, like the ops. Like maybe we're a little bit biased, but the ops geo is the center of the operational universe, right? And so to be able to bring all those other disciplines into your head, right, in a way that's never been done before, to me, this is just an incredible feature. And of course, this is just part of Starlight. So everybody who has Solo Cloud Base, Solo Integrated, any of that comes with the Starlight package, this will be part of it. And I think, I don't know the exact date of the rollout, but as you can see, it's pretty close. There'll probably be some GUI changes to make it a little bit prettier, because we do like things to be pretty here at Rogii. That's why they hired me.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I used to be pretty. Anyway, but anyway, yeah, it's just a really cool tool. This will be something that'll be available to everybody. There's one other thing that's on here, and you'll see that there's this little PDF symbol right here. And with that, you can actually just generate a screenshot PDF report. So I just did it. I just clicked right there. And now if I open this, let me see if it'll open up on the right page. Right. So there's my single click PDF. So if I don't want to just look at it on my phone, I don't want to just look at it on my web browser, I can click there, generate a PDF, and I can email that out.
Yeah.
Right.
I love this feature. This is great. This is going to definitely, like I said, being able to walk into those Monday meetings when you have a feeling you're about to get nailed to the wall because of a decision you made, you can bring everybody back and say, look, here's the data that I had. Mm-hmm. This is why I made that decision. Right, wrong, or indifferent, but this is where I was at. And so I think it'll help that a lot.
Yeah. You know what? It always comes back to me like middle managers, right? Like, right. Like my feeling on a lot of middle managers, they don't get there because they were great at any particular thing that's useful. So if you can stand in front of them and be like, yeah, you do better, right? Like,
right.
There you go, right? So anyway, so I think this is super cool, and that's something that'll be coming out. So let's go ahead and jump back and see how the competition's doing.
Yeah, let's see where he's at.
Right. So this is right. I'm going to start us in the regional. Well, actually, let's start in the overall. So in the overall here, you can see player 115 still kind of pulling away with it right here with an incredibly high score, honestly. And just really actually crushing it from both an end zone percentage perspective as well as an ROP perspective. But we can see that things are pretty well laid out. These are all obviously the different competitors there. So let's go ahead and actually bring up Starsteer here. And let me resize this a little bit just so I can. There we go. So we can see both again. Right. And you can see we're in the home stretch here. Right. So as usual, we did get a little bit of variation. Right. We had some wells that went up a ways before they started coming back down. And when we cross this here finish line that we're going to be seeing here shortly, we'll be able to actually from right there, we'll of course get the answer solution here. But in looking at this, this is the robot again that we're seeing things through. So you can see that the robot actually got below zone and has really struggled to get back in. But you can see that, we're with this Star Sim, and keep in mind the Star Sim that we're using to run this Geosteering World Cup, this is something everybody who has Starsteer has. It's a base Python script. It's in the library. And using it is really simple. All you really need is a single type well, and then you have to make some sort of interpretation. But it can be anything. So you could make something that you could take an interpretation from a real well, or you can make chevron folds. It's really up to you. You can do your own thing, and then you'll have your own model. And it can be for a single log, or it can be multi-log. It really depends on what you're trying to do. In this case, obviously, we're actually creating a gamma ray. We're creating density. We're creating resistivity. And all of this is being projected on here to try to simulate what it's really like to drill this conventional well here. You can see, so right now he's back in zone. He's up here in this area. Let's go ahead and it looks like well, we don't really need, I could bring in the ROP here. And of course, some of you guys may have noticed there's no ROP in the horizontal for this well, but there is an ROP type well. So you're able to really tell depending on where you are. We know that this lower part right here, this is the high ROP zone. That's super cool. Yeah, so it looks like I'm trying to remember from, this is only the conventional score. So we'll have another thing after this one finishes, when the scores will be averaged together, and we'll have that combination conventional unconventional score.
Go to the regional leaderboard, Dylan. I'm curious. It looks like based on that top 20, there's a lot of really high scores from Europe and Eurasia right now, which is interesting. There was, it looked like on the unconventional side that North America scored very well, but there's definitely much higher scores right now on the Europe and Eurasian side.
Yeah, and it's almost kind of what you'd expect, right? Because the unconventional world is dominated by North America. But the conventional, and to the point where there's a lot of people now in North American oil and gas who've never drilled a conventional, right?
Yep.
Like that's not where we're at. We've kind of evolved past that at this point. We found that we can produce hydrocarbons significantly more efficiently and I guess cost effectively by targeting these unconventionals. And so where people in Eurasia and other areas, they're going to have a lot more experience with this.
Yep.
So and we're coming in. We have a pretty strong scatter here as we're coming in, but we do have a bunch of players that are definitely just right in zone. That looks like if we move back a little bit, it looks like assuming once again that the robot's interpretation is accurate, but it looks like it's pretty hard when pretty easy to tell when you go out the base of the zone from a gamma density and resistivity standpoint, right? You get that spike. Yep. So this interpretation looks like it's probably fairly accurate, but there was something that really led people kind of astray there when they're coming into that section of the zone or that section of the well. There
was definitely a big blow up there again. So something happened, it looks like.
Yeah, something blew up there at the end. Like as we're looking at our last few pieces of data here, there'll probably be looks like maybe one more push as we go to finish this off here.
And Dylan, I'm guessing that the winner is going to be announced today. Yeah, you guys are going to take all the scores and average everything together and be able to announce the winner during our post game wrap up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be the people behind the curtains who are making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. They'll go through and make sure that there was no mistakes because the last thing we want is to announce somebody as the winner and then have to go back later and say actually. So they'll go through and compare everything, and then they'll give us the information. Melina Garcia, who's our producer extraordinaire, is taking all that information, putting it together into an image for us. So I will probably find out right when the rest of the audience does who actually won. So hopefully, as we're going through this was a positive experience for everybody. I know for some of us, this might be the first time we've used some of these conventional tools, right? So the first time that for some of us, we may have never even had the opportunity to use azimuthal gamma before. So
yeah, exactly. This is interesting to be able to get to test out these new tools as well. There's one question in the comments section. Dylan, are you technically a manager?
That's a good question. Technically, yes. But my 37-month in sequence employee of the month is my dog Darwin. So I'm a manager of Dylan.
Okay.
It's I don't know. We have a bunch of different titles that we can put on depending on what is appropriate for the situation.
Sure.
So, yeah. So
you were just riffing on managers there, and somebody had asked the question, so I had to call you out a little bit.
Yeah. It is what it is here. It's when you work for a startup, the pieces are constantly moving constantly. And so really what everybody tries to do is just continually progress, advance, and keep our clients happy. And so it's I'm one of the senior people here. I think I was the second employee in North America. And so I've seen us go from like darling startup that nobody knew with 30 clients to, massive monopolistic hegemon, right? Who has the capability of making these amazing videos and holding events like this. So it's a lot. So anyway,
Looks like everybody blew up there at the end. This last couple of data pushes are going to be interesting. There's a very, very large distribution of well bores there.
Yeah, I think everybody was all over the place there. And we don't even know for sure, although once again, I expect that the robot was right. Looking at the interpretation here, that's kind of hard to argue with, right? Like it looks like they went below, and right now they're right up in here. You can tell that they haven't crested back over this kind of cooler area.
Right.
And they certainly are not the base. So I'm guessing that interpretation is probably pretty correct. And I'm getting a data push here. I can see it slowing down my computer while it does it. So keep in mind that while each user's computer is getting just the new data from these new logs, I'm getting it from all 330 wells.
It's still pretty impressive that it's running that fast with 330 wells coming in at once. So
for sure. Let's go ahead and look at the overall. And this should be, there's still some players who are going to be lagging behind a little bit because there are some issues pushing data for them. But this should be fairly close to the final standings.
Look at that in zone percent. I mean, for the longest time, the top 20 was everybody was 100% in zone, and that fell off really quick with those last couple of data pushes. So,
yeah, for sure, yep. And with the robot here, we still once again don't see him on the list at all.
Right. Yep.
So for those of you guys who are worried about the robots taking our jobs, C5PO is he's going to be the first man out the door if oil prices drop down again. So we probably need about another 5-6 minutes for the last wells to be able to creep across the line. And that may change these values a little bit. So these are not yet the official values. So as we're doing this, Drew, and we're kind of waiting for that information to come in, this is your second time doing this with me, right? Like you were my co-host last year. What are some of the things that you noticed that were different this time around than last time?
I mean, I think the cool part about this year was, obviously the real-time leaderboard is really awesome. We can see that. We don't know who any of the participants are, but as they're steering and watching, they can see. And so I think it's really cool that they're able to, track where they're at on that leaderboard as they're going. It's really cool. And then, I think one of the really awesome things is bringing in the new technologies, right? So looking at, bringing in some azimuthal gamma ray or resistivity logs. I think I only got to do the first part with you last year. I didn't get to do the final. I had something else come up. So, I think that it's really cool because, like you said, there are some people who may have never used azimuthal gamma ray before, right? This could be their first chance to do something like that and be able to use and play with that feature in StarSteer. So now it becomes not only a competition, but some people are actually getting some potential real world experience here, drilling a well and getting to use some of these new tools. And so I'm really excited, not only the growth in registrants and participants, right, up over 300 people, the new technologies you guys are allowing them to kind of use early on or see, with the Starlight Rewind and kind of rolling out some of this new stuff. And then also just giving people a chance to be able to say, hey, I not completely real world, but I still have drilled a well or at least steered a well in China, right? I've seen that data. I know what it looks like in the Duvernay or wherever.
Yep. And I mean, and quite frankly, other than the language barrier, this is about as close to reality there as you're going to get, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is, we obviously have to make things synthetic because, like property rights and whatever. But like, this is basically a well from that area. So I put on my resume.
Yeah, there you go.
Especially if I finished high in the competition.
Right.
Yeah. And I really loved what you said there, Drew, about like being exposed to these different tools. Right. So we utilize now StarSim as part of our training modules when we do our introduction to geosteering, because it's so much more realistic, right? Like we all learned by backsteering wells or shadowing somebody who was mostly just playing Star Wars in my case. Thinking about you, Nick. Hey, but in the long and short, like the ability, like if I knew I had a well coming up that was going to be in a basin I hadn't steered before, or I was going to be using a tool that either it's been a while since I used or was just something that I had no experience with, to be able to run through it and just kind of get a feel for like, okay, how does it look in this particular situation? What does it look like when I cross this fault line? what does it look like if I cross this fault line at this? And we're going to continue to evolve and develop this as it goes forward to make it even more and more realistic. At the same time, forecast, right? Like that's the product that I think we're most excited about right now, as far as like expanding our user base and expanding the capabilities of what people are able to do with geosteering data. It's to be able to take all the information from all your wells. In this case, we were using it for synthetic purposes, but to be able to take all the data that you have in your infill environment and be able to use that then to be able to identify, okay, what are empirically, right? Like this isn't just some gopher model, right? That doesn't tie into anything in real life anyway. This is your empirical data from all the wells that you have in there. So you're able to bring in everything from, your geosteering information, your different models that you may have created, your production information, your completions information, bring it together into a single space to be able to determine, like, all right, what is the appropriate spacing here? Are we underspacing? Are we overspacing? Let's look at parent-child relationships, right? Is it really parent-child, or this happens a lot in the Permian. Geosteering before 5-10 years ago was maybe not as accurate as you might like it to be. And so you're like, okay, is it parent-child, or have we already just depressurized a zone because we just rotated?
Yep. Well, and I think the really interesting thing there is what do we do at the end of the day in the oil and gas industry? We produce barrels of oil, right? Like that's it. Everything we do leading up to that, you want to do it the most economically that you can. But at the end of the day, it's about how many barrels of oil you produce, right? Mm-hmm. And so taking all of that infill data, taking all of the production data, taking everything and being able to put it in something like forecast and then see those interactions. You're actually now you're going all the way back and you're comparing drilling data and geosteering and targeting to the end product, which is how much production are you getting out of this well, right? And how can you then take better wells or create and drill and produce better wells based on rolling all that data together, right? And we talked about it earlier. In years past, everything's been kind of disparate, right? All that data, the production data never really got brought all the way back to geosteering and drilling and compared together. Outside of doing some kind of like a post-mortem evaluation of the operations of a well, of drilling and completions, but then you would just produce the well and kind of move on down the road. And now you're able to take all of these large data sets, right? And like you said earlier, we're all data scientists now, really. Take all that data and compare it back, figure out, hey, if I do this a little different or do that a little different, and start tweaking these little knobs, how can I make a better well and produce more barrels of oil? At the end of the day, that's what our goal is, right? Is to produce more barrels of oil more efficiently. So,
and I can't tell you, I mean, there's major operators out there that I talk to them, and there's still a separation, right? Like reservoir and production and drilling and geology, they really aren't sharing data. And part of this is like, we all get used to our own, workflows, right? And in some companies, there can be a little bit of an adversarial relationship between some of these groups, and a lot of us, we've kind of gotten past that, but that still exists out there. So to be able to really kind of move forward into the space where all the data can come together and really help us to make the best decisions, right? Like each time, instead of it just being in somebody's head or maybe a little bit of intuition or a guess, to be able to actually crank it out and make a display that shows it to everybody.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the silos that you mentioned there is very important, right? There's still some companies that are very siloed with their different technical groups, from drilling to the geologist to reservoir production, whatever. And maybe not on purpose. Maybe that's just how their organization is set up. But what it creates is you have these areas where people could be learning from each other and tweaking things and making better wells, and you never actually get a chance to do that because nobody communicates kind of across those boundaries. And so kind of taking down those silos, honestly, a great part of my career at Apache wasn't like that, right? There was not really siloed. Everybody kind of worked together on asset teams. And when I moved into the private equity world, we were very much like that. It was an asset team, not a geology team, and then a production team. We were all one group working together. And so, I've learned a ton about drilling engineering and reservoir engineering and completions and all this other stuff from working with some, great groups of people at these different organizations that kind of took those silos down. And I think that something like, star steer and forecast and all this stuff just helps to continue that. But now we're bringing new technology and new techniques into it, so it makes it really cool.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, it's going to be like I think it's just probably the next 10, 15 years are going to be. I mean, now we're already in the era of big data. It's just it's just some of us don't know it yet. But in the next like 10 to 15 years, that's going to be the space. So when I mean, Drew, you're what? How many years into your career?
12-ish.
All right. So and you're not quite 50, right?
I've got a few more years to get there.
Yeah. The Mizzou ages you. It's all those L's. It's all those L's.
Okay.
But anyways, so and you're also somebody who's very involved with the like the Tulsa geologic community and societies and all that. When young geologists, say those who are either early in their career or still are in school, are coming to you and they're concerned, right? Like there's an administration currently, and it doesn't seem to be like our biggest fans as an industry. There's there's been 2 big busts in the last 5-6 years, and they're concerned about like, is this an industry they want to get into? What do you say to them?
I mean, I think a couple of different points, right? I mean, yes, there's a transition happening right now, from coal to natural gas and eventually to renewables. At some point down the road, the renewables are going to start, or they're going to increase their amount of energy capacity and things like that. I really do believe that. I think the caveat to that is it's not going to happen within the next 5 years, right? Oil and gas isn't going anywhere for the foreseeable future. Even if we get away from oil and gas as a source of electricity, there's still there's still plastics, there's still all of these other things that hydrocarbons go into that are a big part of our world that aren't going away anytime soon. And so, as much as Tesla likes to claim that, it's their cars are all electric, well, they're still made with plastics and steel and all this stuff, that hydrocarbons are still a big part of transporting all of that stuff, right? And so oil and gas isn't going anywhere now. That said, the industry is changing, right? I mean, there was a good talk at the Tulsa Geological Society, actually, that talked about the numbers of petroleum engineers and geologists that are going to be needed in the industry over the next 15, 20 years. And yeah, that number is way lower than it has been in the past, but it's partly due to the technological advances, right? And so when I talk to, young geologists that are trying to get in the industry, that are in the industry, what I always tell them is lean into that technology, right? Learn as much of it as you can. Learn the data science, learn all of this big data stuff, and don't be opposed to it, because that's where we're going. And because of those things, and if you can really kind of lean into those and be really great at those things, that's just going to help you advance your career, I think. I would always, in my mind, somebody that can work multiple programs and be able to do some coding and stuff like that. It's you still need to have that good geologic background to understand environments of deposition and core analysis and some geophysics. But it's more about just being a geologist. It's more about being a geoscientist, right? So you're diversified in your geological knowledge. It's not just geology. It's not just stratigraphy. It's stratigraphy and structure and geophysics and geochemistry, all of that stuff together. But then also, outside of just a geoscientist, it's a data scientist, right? You got to be able to marry those two together to some degree. And so that's where I kind of see the industry heading, is that, you're going to need a lot less geologists, I think, quote unquote geologists in the industry. It's going to be more a geoscientist that can also do some data science with big data, because that's where we're at right now. And I don't think we're turning off that path anytime soon.
Yeah, I agree. So as far as it's almost like the software is a prerequisite, right? Like, in order to be able to bring your geoscience background to bear, you need to be able to turn it on and be able to use the software packages. Hopefully they're all from Rogii, because who would use anything else? But, to be able and I'll toot our horn here. We do try to make software that's intuitive and easy to learn, right? And so, but you need to really be able to have the functional capability with the software to be able to even get to the point where being an amazing geoscientist matters. So you got to be able to do both now. I think it's harder to be a geologist now than it was 20 years ago. Right, you have to be able to wear more hats. You have to be able to do more things. You'll be able to drill better wells and make better decisions. But it's like I think back to when I was talking to my OG. In fact, hey, shout out, we're going to be doing a kind of a lunch and learn webinar before the end of the year. That's lunch with the real OGs, the original geosteers, to kind of get a feel for like what it was like back then.
Absolutely, that's awesome.
I was talking to a guy, he was saying that when he first started in the Bakken, I mean, there wasn't even an internet, right? So like, let alone, they would drive to town and they would call the manager at the operator, and they would tell them what was going on, and then they would mail their log from that day, and they'd send it in. And if he was telling me, if the operator came out and was like in the shack and was bothering them, they would use what's the old copy material? What was it called?
Like microfiche or something like that?
No, it was like a chemical that you would use.
Oh, I don't know.
And they would basically just, I can't remember what it was called. Maybe somebody in the comment section remembers. But it's anyway, long and short, they would use
formaldehyde or something like that. I don't know.
Something like that. The smell would be so bad that the operators would actually leave, and then they'd go back to basically living the life of Riley out there. So it's impressive. With that said, like we're actually just looks like we finally have the final totals in here. And
all right. This is exciting.
They're going to be going ahead and putting together the presentation here, so I won't announce it, but that'll be coming up soon. And as Camila just threw out here, big shout out to our sponsors, GeoVision, Stratigraph Geosteering, and of course Chinook up in Canada. And they're also not just sponsors for this, but they're sponsors for Rogii Tech, which is our annual conference. Obviously, last year with the situation, we kind of took it off while we were all trying to figure out life and everything. But we're back this year. It's going to be a one-day event instead of the normal 2. But we'll be correct, Sarah. Woo GeoVision.
That was what it was.
Yep. But we'll be a one-day event this year instead of a 2-day, and then next year we'll be back to 2 days.
Awesome.
So make sure you get registered for that. Head over to our website, rogiitech.rogii.com, to check it out. And I mean, one other thing about the sponsors is, right, like this is, when I started with Rogii, I think we had a total of maybe under 20 employees. Now we're at around 200. And I don't know what percentage exactly of the Rogii employees it took to be able to put this event on. But it was a lot. I bet it's over 50% of our total employee base had to contribute something. It's long nights without sleep, like lots of worry, lots of stress. Even there's a lot of them that are working right now, and we wouldn't have been able to afford to do something like that without our sponsors, right? So the sponsors really make it go. The Stratigraph team, the GeoVision team, and the Chinook team, we also love their marketing, like the stuff that they put out there, helping us get people involved here. So it was really good. And we're really appreciated it here. So let's see here. Let me look in. I just want to take it. Oh, I have to hold on. I can't look at it through Slack, and it's on another computer, so nobody has to worry about it popping up on the wrong system. Just because I can't not know who won here, so I'm going to look at it. I've already been yelled at that I'm not allowed to announce it. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see here. And it looks like, hey, I'll just announce right now that the leaderboard actually had some problems in the conventional. So nobody was 100% in zone. So for those of you who are like feeling kind of down because there were so many 100% in zones, that was actually something with the way that leaderboard tool worked. And we apologize for that, but that's why it's taking a little bit longer to get those final scores out there. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. If this is true drama, so much drama. I'm going to tell you guys right now, do not step away from your computers. I'm going to wait for this to be finalized before we say anything. But if what I'm seeing is true,
this is exciting. Now I'm on the edge of my seat.
We have to talk about something else because I'm not going to be able to hold the secret. So,
okay. All right. So tell me this. This is something else I had kind of on my list to ask you. So we've all been in that spot, right? 2 a.m., no idea where you're at, what's going on. Let's hear your best case, worst case, like position you've been in geosteering a well before?
Well, I mean, so worst case, it was a preparation thing. I mean, this is the well that we were talking about earlier. We're not going to name any names, but I was brought onto a well over the Christmas holidays with very little preparation. Like the whole thing was just thrown together. Like it was like, we're going to drill this. Like the rig comes on, we get out there, we're setting everything up, but we really weren't well prepared. And we were using one of those old legacy crappy geosteering programs that had to send us a dongle, right? So we had to drive over and get the dongle in the middle of the night. Everybody's really sleepy. It's Christmas. There's snow everywhere. The roads are not great. And we built our project out based on the data set the operator had given us. Well, that data set wasn't exactly right, but because there was no solo, the operator couldn't tell, right? Like all they get is that pretty picture, right? So I've always thought one of the benefits, this is not a sales pitch, this is just reality. One of the benefits of a collaborative environment is the operator has been thinking for weeks, months, years about these wells. As a service company, Geo, I didn't know the name of the well until I got to the rig, right? Like, so the teeter-totter of knowledge is dramatically weighted towards one thing. So the operator has their project and I have my project, but they're not the same project. So when they just see a pretty picture, they can't tell that I got Drew's tops instead of Bill's tops on there, right. Yep. Or that the type log, even though maybe it has the right name, that was the MD gamma log, not the TBD gamma log.
Oh,
right?
No.
All these different things, or that the grids are wrong, right? In some cases, in this case, all of those things were wrong, right? And it was Christmas, nobody was really looking, right? Everybody was kind of doing their holiday thing, and it was the best in class well. I got a huge bonus for it, but like
best in class on the ROP
side,
right?
Yeah, the drilling side, yeah. However, it was definitely the worst well I've ever drilled, and I wasn't an investor, but we always felt bad about that, of course. In a best case scenario, though, it's the opposite, right? Like you go in and you got a beautiful offset well. You have a pseudo type log or a pilot. You have all the information, and things just go so smoothly. And so once again, it's that data integration, being able to either have as much information as possible beforehand, but be able to quickly then add information. To me, that's the difference between my worst and best experience. How about you?
Yeah. So I think for me, it's something similar. I think I'll start with the best first, but I think it's being in a situation. I don't know if there's one in particular, but you get to the end of a well, and because you've got all the data that you needed up front, you were prepared. You walk into a meeting and you say, yeah, we were 100% in zone. You're confident. It's that, it's just knowing kind of where you were at the whole time. Right. And I don't know if there's one in particular that stands out, but I definitely know one of the worst is kind of the situation I've been alluding to is being on the phone with the drilling engineer at 2 a.m. And he's, kind of getting grumpy because I'm trying to figure out whether we need to go up or down. And I didn't have the data that was needed at the time. Yeah. And I'm sitting there begging him to like, hey, can you have the guys clean the rig floor and give me 30 minutes to, try to figure this out? And all he's saying is, dude, you're killing my AFE right now. Right. So it's one of those deals where, you've got the pushy engineer on one side, and you're trying to make the best decision that you can, obviously, because that's your job. But either because you didn't have the data that you needed to ahead of time, or sometimes even you have the data, but it's geology, right? It's not perfect, so you get some kind of wrench thrown at you, and next thing you know, you're in that situation where you're trying to buy yourself some time to either phone a friend and get another opinion, or look at some other data source that maybe you didn't have. Maybe the software that you were using at the time wasn't that capable, so you couldn't come up with another interpretation on the fly, kind of thing. And that was definitely my worst situation, was where you basically had to rebuild an entire another well bore to come up with an alternate interpretation, and it took an hour or so to be able to do that, and the rig was just kind of hanging out. And to walk into the office the next day during an operations call, and they're going, why were we just sitting around for 2 hours? And then everybody turns and looks at the geosteer is not a good feeling to have, but it's definitely one that that has happened before. So.
Yeah, well, and when you're in a situation like that where, it's like, I think one of the things that people sometimes do is they go on fishing expeditions, right? You're like, all right, well, we don't know, so we should go up. You know, and it really, to me, it always comes down to like risk reward scenarios, right? Like, okay, we don't know. So like, what's the worst case scenario? Like what could be, if we're in the low position or the high position, what's the negative? Like, let's think about the Woodford. If you get down in that low position, what's the negative? Well, you're planning your BHA, right? Right. You're in that clay rich fracture zone. But if you get into the upper, it's chert and you're going to DVR a bit. Well, DVRing a bit sucks. It's $50,000 plus trip time. But you know what's worse?
Playing the BHA.
with a full suite of tools downhole.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. No, it's all about it is about risk management and risk mitigation, right? And so you got to know, even if you don't know where you're at in zone, you say, okay, what's above me, what's below me, what's the worst case scenario, and then you know, one of the things that we always talked about was when in doubt, you know, 90 is not a bad spot to be on your inclination because you get a choice to go either up or down, right? So if you're around there and you don't know where you're at, you know, maybe drill ahead 30 feet, get some data, figure it out, and then try to make your decision on which way to go, right? It's or not, maybe not 90, but just whatever you think bed dip is, right? And so it's one of those deals that you know, obviously having all of the data ahead of time would make this way easier, but that's not the world we live in, right? And so you do have to make assumptions, and you're layering assumptions on assumptions at that point. And so it definitely gets dicey at times, for sure.
Yeah, and even like, I mean, if we had all that data, we wouldn't have jobs, right? Like,
right.
Yep. And so, you know, Drew, I know you have a hard out coming up here, right?
I do, yeah.
So they're still calculating the results, but if you have to jump, that's fine. I can talk to myself.
I'm trying to leave you hanging. I want to know who the winner is as well. So I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and just because of that leaderboard issue, we're trying to be really, really sure that we get this exactly right. The dimensionals were correct, and so they're just merging together the data sets.
Who was Steve Harvey, who announced the winner for Miss America or something like that a few years ago, and then had to come back and do it again? We don't want that.
No, well, I mean, we had one just recently at that clay shoot where there was a woman on my team who, like, you know, there's a men's and women's champion, right? And she beat all the other women by so much that they didn't realize it was a female score. And so they gave the trophy to somebody else.
Oh, no.
So she got like a 47 out of 100, 49 out of 100. The other people got 25 out of 100, and they gave the award out. And it was, you know, obviously they were a little embarrassed by the situation, but they weren't going to take the trophy back from the person they'd given it to. So instead, they gave us some hush money, but it was pretty cool because what I actually was able to do is take that money and then a contribution from Rogii and have a trophy made for her that said the real, you know, 2021 clay shoot ladies champion, because 49 greater than 25.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So that's one of the things that makes working at Rogii fun, is that you get to do some really creative things that you would never get to do at most jobs.
Right.
Like name a trophy after you and actually have it make it through QC.
Right.
So let's see here. There we go. So they're calculating it. What time is your heart out there, Drew?
So I actually just got a message that I think my heart out may be getting moved. So we might be all right, but it was at 2:30. So we'll see.
Okay. So it's a bit of a soft out then, if you will.
Yeah, maybe it's a soft out.
Like Missouri. Oh,
see, I can't even argue right now because the football team's just not been great. But you know what? We did win the SEC East the first 2 years we were there, and I'm gonna continue to tout that. So
yeah. Well, and to be honest, like before, I'm sure our international people will be stoked that we're talking SEC football. But Missouri is the one team that always scares Florida. Like Bama, we just expect to lose, right? Georgia, okay, it's a big competition. Missouri is a team that should never ever even be on the same field, but beats us, right?
Yep.
Like
they find a way.
Yeah, it's like we're not worried about Vandy, we're not worried about Kentucky, we're not worried about South Carolina, we're not worried about the dumpster fire that is Florida State or Miami, but Missouri, especially because we play late in the year and it's cold, and then Florida boys don't like it to be 34 degrees.
No, I do not. No. So, I'm excited for for OU and UT to get in there, though. I think UT got a little bit of a rude awakening to SEC football this last weekend. So,
yeah. What I mean, who would have thought that, like, in 2008, 2009, when Oklahoma and Texas were just like it was like them and the SEC that Texas would fall this far. But and on the other side of it, we won't go too far down this. We'll end this here because some people probably don't care. But the other thing with the other conferences forming that alliance, like we're going to get more good games out of that too, right?
Oh yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Clemson isn't just going to get to play, an ACC schedule and automatically advance anymore.
That's right. Yeah,
we'll get to see things like Ohio State and Oregon more often. So I'm excited about that from a college football standpoint.
Absolutely. It's the best time of the year. College football, Geosteering World Cup. I mean, World Series is coming up. These are all great things.
Just started.
Yeah.
So there's still.
We got to have next year. We're going to have like a fantasy draft, I guess, for the Geosteering World Cup or something, and be able to pick some teams behind the scenes or something, and make it a fantasy sport.
And some people did that this year.
Really?
Yeah, I heard about fantasy drafts. GeoVision wasn't the only watch party. I know last year at a very, 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 very large company in the Middle East, they turned on the TV, turned on some of the screens in their big operations center, and were displaying their people as they were competing. That you guys did something similar last year at your previous employer.
We did, yeah.
There aren't many of these kind of things that brings everybody together. There's even things like AAPG, granted we have our happy hours and stuff afterwards, but for the most part, we're sitting quietly in talks, or we're walking the floor talking to vendors. But it's not this, So this is kind of a unique space.
That's right. Yep. Unless you go to some of those after parties.
Mike Salazar and his after parties, man. It's that's exactly what I needed is Mike Salazar and Howard working for the same company with three conferences in the next 3 weeks. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Let's see. So we've kind of gone over some of the new tech. We've gone over competitions. We've gone over kind of the evolution. Let's see.
What do you? I guess one question I've got for you is we've talked a lot about state of the industry or changes in geosteering, where it's coming to where it's going. We haven't talked, and we've talked a little bit, I guess, about it, but I just want to get your thoughts on the actual human side of geosteer and kind of what it takes. We talked in general about geologists, but or kind of that role going forward in the industry. But what are your thoughts on what it takes to be a successful geosteerer? Is it obviously having some geologic knowledge is great, but it's not a necessary thing. Some of the best geosteers I know don't have geology degrees. And so that's kind of an odd thing to say, but so in your mind, what do you think it takes to make a successful geosteer? Because it's not just geologic knowledge, apparently, right?
No, not at all, right? If it was, you'd see the super seasoned 40-year-old, 40-year geologist just crushing everything because the amount of knowledge. To me, and we think about this here because we've been doing a lot of hiring as well. And though we're not hiring geosteers, I feel like there's a lot of similarities. And to me, I've trained dozens of geosteers, if not hundreds at this point. And I would say, if I was to say one personality trait is curiosity, right? Intellectual curiosity. Because we've all worked with lots of people, right? We know that there's a group of people out there that I call the good enoughs, right?
Yeah.
And they're fine. We need them, right? Because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But the people who if it was my money on the line and we were drilling my well, I want that person who's just they're doing the good enough part, but they're looking at all these different interpretations and they're double checking and they're trying to learn everything that's going on. That's the person that I see. And I see him when I interview for Rogii staff, but I see it when I talk to support, and I'm supporting operators and service company geos. To me, that's the big thing. The other thing is the ability to get along with people, right? And I'm not going to say that that's my strongest talent, right? I can be a lot of a Dylan, but I have a lot of the first one. And so I feel like that puts me, it's just like you have ROP and in zone percentage and it goes together. Well, I'm probably a 99 on curiosity and maybe a little bit lower than that on get along ability. But I think those would be the two things.
I think you're 100% right. So it's the curiosity and always questioning, right? You gotta that's the thing about geosteering, is because it is an imprecise science, right? Even when you have your final answer, you don't know that if it's the right answer, right? And so you have to always be curious and always be questioning yourself. It's not up to somebody else to question your interpretation. It's up to you to question your interpretation, right? And kind of play devil's advocate all the time with yourself. But I think while that I agree 100% that that's a big deal, I think that one of the, I guess equally, but maybe even a little bit bigger, is the getting along with people. But even more so than getting along, you don't have to get along with everybody, but it's communication. You have to be able to go to a drilling engineer and talk to them and understand where they're coming from and know enough about what's going on to articulately explain your position, right? And so whether it's drilling engineer, completions, your manager, whoever, the communication side of it is huge, I think, because being able to geosteer well and have an interpretation is one thing, but if you can't then communicate that to the larger group, then it's that piece of paper you sit down in front of somebody and that's it. And that's where a lot of things will stop, basically, if you don't have that communication to be able to take it to the next level. So
yep, for sure. It's the communication thing, like one of my favorite geosteers in the entire industry. He is like the closest to me, like in the way that we think about things I've ever run into. And so I love talking to him when he calls in for support. But he doesn't do as well on the other side of things, right? So as a service company, your number one responsibility is to not it's not to drill the perfect well, it's to not make the operator upset, right? And there's certain operators out there that will push for a particular interpretation. And sometimes that interpretation is actually better, but sometimes that's just the interpretation they wish it was, right?
Yeah.
Right? Because everybody, once again, we're talking about everybody's motives, right? Like as an ops geo, what's your motive? To continue to make management think well of you. As a geo, is that your hard out coming for you?
No, I actually just got moved to Friday, so we're good.
Oh, okay, perfect. And so one of the things that he struggles with is if someone who tries to make him say an interpretation that he does not agree with, he will not do it. Right.
Yeah.
And when you're the service company, like a lot of times, like you get the crap end of the stick. And and so it's that, that's definitely the two things that I would see. And of course the like being able to integrate the teams a little bit more in the data, I think that helps quite a bit as well, because it makes it so it's not so much this side and that side, it's everybody's side together.
Yeah, it's all about being able to. That was one of the things that I really appreciated coming to a private equity company was, and really a lot of companies are like this, but I really noticed it more there. Decisions were made to drill a well, how we were going to complete it, what we were going to target. Everybody from the management level down to our ops geo would stack hands and say, this is what we're going to do. Like, we're all making this decision together. And if it goes wrong, it's not on one person. Now, geosteering is a little different because it can come down to just you at 2 a.m. But the way we always tried to set it up was that if a big decision was going to be made, it wasn't on just one person. That person had the ability, and they all at any time could call, me or our VP or all the way up to that level, and get a backup interpretation or opinion. That way, we're never trying to hang one person out to dry, basically, right? We want to make it a team decision as much as we can. So,
yeah, it's 100%. I couldn't agree more. So, and then I guess the other thing that's kind of on people's mind, there's as the kind of the world and the economy kind of wake up from 2020, I think in the same way we talked about like working from home and working remotely, I think it might be safe to say that, like, sure, these companies, like these big operators, these big employers, they have to determine, is it worth it to them to be able to pay for these huge glass buildings in downtown? Like I said, I wouldn't necessarily want to be in the what's the word I'm looking for, in the commercial real estate industry right now,
right,
in those big buildings. But the flip side of it is employees. Like, we're seeing all over the country, and it's not just like the free money that the government was giving out. Like, I think there's been, I don't know, a reassessment of priorities. right? Like we all had the opportunity to actually be around our families. And for some of us, that was a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what my dogs are going to do. They're used to having me around, like they're, sitting on my foot as we speak. And, so I think that there's, though some of us, life didn't even change that much. Some of us went to the office throughout the whole pandemic. Others are still not back in the office.
Yep.
And not to mention all the children that have come out of the what do they call it, the pandemic baby boom. So I think that there might be, like a change there as well, right? A lot more people working from home, not because that's what the company decided, but that's what the employees demanded.
Yep, absolutely.
So interesting times for sure. Interesting times.
It'll be the next. I really think the industry is poised for some really interesting and fun things over the next few years for sure. So it's all exciting stuff.
And then I know Karma. I saw her there in the notes. She's doing some work with geosteering for geothermal. Is an area she's interested in. And, so that's an area where like once again our skills aren't even necessarily just locked into oil and gas, right? Like, in fact, there's a funny one. So we're all familiar with wastewater disposal wells, right?
Yep.
Well, in Hawaii, what they've done for true human wastewater for years is they would drill wells and they would inject them with human waste. But of course, what stone is Hawaii mostly made out of?
Well, it's volcanic.
But specifically
basalt.
Basalt. What's the porosity like and the permeability like in basalt?
Yeah, it's a little different.
And so it turns out that they're now getting these massive algal blooms because though it takes a while to leach out, like volcanic basalt is probably the most porous rock you could possibly have with high permeability. And so that they're going ahead and now they're having to figure out how, they're on an island. They got to do something with all that waste. And so they're looking at, they're at drilling better wells that are somehow behind some sort of perched layer, some sort of like impermeable layer. And I'm like, well, you know what? You need geosteering.
Right. Absolutely.
And I hesitate to say that it's a shitty job, but I would be willing to do it. You can base me in Maui, and I will help them correctly drill those wells.
Yeah, you'd figure it out.
And so obviously, let's see. Okay, so results and certificates will be sent out via email within the next 2 days. Okay, so what basically everybody will get a certificate. Right, like a certificate of participation. The top 20% will get like kind of a special certificate, but it'll still be emailed out. The World Cup champion, the regional champions, and I think if I remember right, it's the top 10 will be getting will actually be getting hard printed certificate mailed out to them with their rank on there. So let's see here. It looks like we they've made some progress here, and y'all, we appreciate your time. I understand that people got to run, but we appreciate you guys hanging out and listening to me and Drew. Basically, all we need is a beer, right? And this would just be
right.
like an old Thursday night. Let's see here, remote. Just looking through some of the notes here. There we go. Okay, all right. So it looks like we have final results. They're going to go through our, let's see here. There we go. They're going to go through our producer here who's going to put together the announcement video. But in the meantime, I'm still going to look. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I'm not going to say anything here yet. However, I actually am fairly excited about this. So
are we going to get like the full top 10 or what are they going to announce?
Well, I think I'll announce the top 10, but the video will just be for number 1. And like, I don't want to give anything away. The level of drama that this is going to cause in a particular family is amazing.
All right. Well, you will have to sit, you got to sit on it for a minute. We got to see what this video says. So.
I'm gonna sit on it for a minute here. I'm getting yelled at by 55 different Slack channels to shut my mouth. So anyway, yeah. So this is super exciting. I personally think that the person who wins this competition really should be given charge of the company. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah, I think getting an iPad and the recognition is cool, but I mean, if this thing continues to grow, Starsteer is going to have to step up their game. Rogii's going to have to step up their game for for awards.
Yeah, well, I think so as well. Like, I mean, because quite frankly, who wants Apple technology, right? Like that's like giving somebody SES.
I mean, I'm talking to you on my Mac right now, so.
Well, we'll upgrade you here. We'll upgrade you.
There we go.
The Pixel 6 will be out here in a couple of weeks, so I'm pretty pumped about it. It's supposed to be the best camera phone that's ever been. But yeah, it's so we have our Geosteering World Cup or Championship Hall of Fame or the Wall of Fame. And that's going to keep growing. That'll be on the website. I believe that we're going to be making a video.
Nice.
That it's going to show it. And of course, we presented that paper at ERTech last year. And what we're really trying to do is identify like what makes the best steerer, right? Like what are the decisions? And last year we weren't prepared to do a paper on it. We didn't even think about it until we watched it. And then we're like, it's like ESPN sports science, right? You're like, let's see how this goes. But this year we're able to capture high resolution data, similar to what we saw in that in Starlight's Rewind feature, to be able to see like what caused people to make these different decisions. What decisions were actually made. We'll be able to see step by step, you got this data and you reacted this way. Okay, so let's see here. Hold on, let me jump back to Slack on the other computer.
Oh, the GeoVision folks got a screenshot of mine and yours faces as Jackie got feathered, and it's pretty epic. They just threw it up on LinkedIn. So I can't believe they feathered her before halfway through the competition.
Okay, so Melina, when you're ready, go ahead and throw that screen up there. And actually, Melina, before you do this, hold off if you could. Do you think that could we get the GeoVision Watch Center on real time while we announce this? Is that possible? Can we do that? I want that. Melina, can we do that, please?
Uh-oh.
We might not be able to. I'm not getting yelled at. Okay, I got to know we can. I know we can. All right.
Man, all right.
That would be amazing. All right, so let's go ahead and throw the champion and the regional champions up, Melina. Boom! Jackie's husband, Sean Palmer, brings it home. Oh my God, the drama. I hope that they are recording it. My dogs are freaking out at it right now. Who saw this coming?
Oh, man.
You know what? This is why he dumped the feathers on her right there. Let's move them up. So here's our regional champs. Sean Palmer, Evgeny Shilantsov from Europe and Eurasia. Philip from the Middle East, that's twice in a row, and Noella from Latin America. So we have repeat champions from both the Middle East and from Latin America from last year. But Sean Palmer coming out of the blue. Oh my goodness, get that man a new Bronco. That is amazing. So
that is awesome.
We do have a top 10. The overall top 10 was Sean Palmer in first, Evgeny in second, Ben Welsh in third, Mamie Witt in fourth, Michael Reeve, who actually won the inaugural Dylan Miner Memorial Trophy for Best in Class up at Continental Resources, in fifth, Philip in sixth, Durasov Evgeny in seventh, Dmitry Klychev in 8th, Jonathan Fry in 9th, and last year's North American champ Pat Tobin in 10th with the top.
Oh, there's the GeoVision guys.
There it is.
Oh, sorry. Sean just got silly strung.
Oh.
You guys missed all the silly string in the background.
I just wanted to know what Jackie's face looked like when your name came up on the screen. Did she already know? Did you guys already look at your average scores?
No, but I recorded it, so I'll send it to you. Also, I think this is rigged.
Yeah, Dylan, I'll have to pay you off now that you rigged this up for me. I appreciate it.
Hey, Melina, can we throw me on the side screen here? Let's split it between me and theirs. Yeah, Sean, that's amazing. Like, I knew that, we saw that you were there, that you were in the competition when we were talking to Jackie at halftime. But what happened in that conventional that really allowed you to just blow through and take home the trophy?
It was really all the silly string, the little whirly clickers, the marshmallow free throws.
Yep.
And that really just helped play out in the geosteering competition for me.
Yeah,
Don't be modest. You're an excellent steerer. Tell them how awesome you are.
Yeah, and here all this time we thought Jackie was the one carrying the weight. Little do we know that it's been you the whole time.
Well, just like the rest of GeoVision, it's the staff that we have that really makes GeoVision what it is. It's not just one individual.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure Jackie will love making your card as Geosteering World Cup champion. And that's pretty awesome. I hope you'll autograph mine. I intend to put on my fridge.
Dylan, you got to ask the most important question now.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do since you won the Geosteering World Cup? Where are you going?
I'm going to Disney.
Well, hey, maybe we can set something up where it's Disney and then we all meet up in Gainesville to check out a game up there. We can do a tailgate again.
There you go. That sounds great.
Cool. And of course, you can't go to Disney without a new Bronco.
They're out. They're out.
We're done with this.
They're on the showroom lot.
So rumor has it that is there a promotion that comes with winning the Geosteering World Cup? Do you change the name to Palmer GeoVision?
To just work harder, dig in deeper, and keep going. I think that's the promotion.
Well, you know what? And honestly, it's almost poetic. Like, I enjoy the fact that you actually actively sabotage Jackie with some feathers to make sure that you could come up on top. Like, I love that. Like, you got the whole team there. I'm sure. But you guys have been doing extremely well this year, and we don't need to get into numbers or anything like this. But to me, it seems fairly poetic that as you guys are really moving to a very strong position within the industry, you're moving to a very strong position with the Geosteering World Cup. So congratulations, you guys. Well done all the way across the board.
Thanks so much, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, for sure. We need some Vegas moms to celebrate, I think.
Yes. We have a bunch of screen off ices. No one wanted them. Weird.
What? I didn't know there was an option to one. There you go.
Hey, before we get off, thank you, Rogii. Thank you, Starsteer, Igor, Melina, Drew, everyone. Thank you guys so much for doing this.
What about me? Where's my thank you? I want to thank you.
I did Dylan first.
No, and we'll say the same here. Like this, I'm sure we're probably only got a few people left here, but I want to thank all the competitors, right? Because obviously, I don't know how many people we actually had. We had 332 registrants. And without you guys, there is no competition. I want to thank the sponsors because without you, we couldn't even afford to do this. But on the Rogii staff, like the Latin American team with Rafael and Eric and Gerardo and his whole squad down there, I don't know if they slept this week. But if they have, it hasn't been much. Igor, Kirill, and the development team to make sure that everything ran smoothly. The admin squad there in Houston with super producer Melina leading the thing, yelling at everybody, making sure that we put mousse in our hair. I haven't had mousse in my hair since middle school, but I have it now. It took a lot to bring this together. It was a lot of fun. And I guess just thanks to everybody. And congratulations. That's a beautiful sash.
It came with the scepter.
Oh yeah, we can't forget the scepter. There we go.
There we go. I love it.
Is this what you said, that we have to make robots cute?
I actually do want you to go back and look at the robot steer versus my steer, and take an interesting look at that.
We will be, because we're actually going to be cranking through all this data and doing a comparison. So we'll be putting together a paper probably for ERTech 2022, and it'll be looking specifically at that. So yeah, I'm sure there's a lot. If you guys think of some interesting things that we could do with the data, that'd be great. So now this means that you have 3 geosteering champions there in-house at GeoVision.
Oh, great.
That's right.
Yeah.
You got Ryan, who I think basically just piggybacked off of Sam's work, but he still got the trophy from the original Geosteering World Cup, and now you guys have bookended it with Sean. So congratulations, Sean. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Are you guys going to be out at West Texas?
Just me.
Just Jackie.
Just me.
This year.
Oh, I see how it is. He wins the championship, and now he's too big to come to Midland, huh?
No, divide and conquer, unfortunately, on this one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Dog duty.
Now, what about Denver? You going to be there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll see you then, and I got a drink coming your way. Congratulations.
Will do. Thanks.
Cheers. Drew, I appreciate you hanging out with us here through this whole thing. I know we went a little bit over, and the rest of the people who are still here. But I think at this point we're ready to wrap it up. We'll be having a webinar, probably live from AAP. Well, what do they call it? Image now. We'll be actually transmitting live from there. And probably a few more recap things. So once again, it's time to basically call this for the day. Geosteering World Cup 2021 is officially in the books. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate you having me back. Looking forward to next year. It's going to be exciting.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks.
Bye.